Hello everyone, and welcome to another day of LPL. I am taking the first series off, and Sam will be covering that, and so we'll be switching halfway through the day, because my voice just pinged a little bit at the end of the last stream. I think a couple of you might have noticed that when I was casting the last games of yesterday's series. My voice just got a little bit scratchy. So I'm just going to make sure that my voice is okay today. I'm not going to be doing both series. Well, Sam will be covering the first one, so we're doing both of them on the channel, but just making sure that my voice is okay. I'm sure you understand that. Gotta make sure we're okay on that. And then Sam normally takes today off. He's been very kind of him to come back in and do the series here. So Sam's going to come in a second. He'll chat you through things. Then we have Top Esports IG to start the day. And Annual's Legend versus BLG second up. So first series, Top Esports IG. So the big thing about that is Top Esports lost the only series they've done so far to IG in this split. Now IG have always been a bit of a blue shell team. I say always been, but like over the last year or so, they've always been a bit of a blue shell team, you know, especially this year. They're a team which have had a high upper ceiling, but they haven't always reached it. Now, I think now they have Mako, who has been... God, has Mako actually been the... No, well, On's been really, really good. But it's between On and Mako for best support in LPL right now. There's a... I suppose there's a contest for it, because On had a bad series yesterday. He was not good yesterday, BLG, or rather last series. We have some pre-game interviews though, and I suppose... Oh no, that's cool. That's wondering if it's a little for that. This is MVP. I don't actually know what that... Oh, this is the like Fantasy League of Legends score. That'll be fantasy. This is Fantasy League of Legends score. Yeah. So yes, I mean IG. Definitely a team with an upper ceiling. I think that Wei and Mako are up there as best jungle support in the league. And I think that Tien and Fungyue are also up there too, because Tien is really, really good. And Fungyue has been fantastic. I think Fungyue has been really good, especially for a guy that's come out of... Well, I'm not gonna say come out of nowhere because he was in LDL, right? But he has come out of nowhere for grand purpose things for people who watch LPL. Definitely a player who's impressed me so much. He's impressed me so much. Of course, Top Esports top team in the league right now, best game score. Even with BLG in series score. Crazy to see NIP on 3-1, but they've deserved it too. They have deserved it. Okay, I'm gonna go take my break there, folks. Sound will be through in a second, and hope you enjoy the games today. I know I'll certainly be enjoying them as I watch them on the side. Hey, hello folks. Bruh. Young blood, no fear. What a time. Zuyant, of course, going up here against IG, who is anything but. This should be a very fun one. Hello, folks. Glad to have you all in here. Let me turn that on briefly. Oh. Here we go. That's more like it. Come on, camera. I don't want to be about here. All right, there we go. How are you all feeling, folks? When it said something, I need to take time off work. Is this about Pilk again? Hey, Parky, how you doing, baby? I got 2 gold to TFT in 9 games. Not bad going. Not bad going. I'm going to have to convince Parky to come play some ranked at some point. But we basically just been playing ARAMs. Hey, Nelkep, good to see you. Oh, this should be a very fun matchup, guys. Need to ease myself back into the rift first. Completely fair. Completely fair. I enjoy some... So because I'm a jungler, like, I enjoy Summoner's Rift because I can't play jungle in any other space, right? Like, ARAMs are fun because I don't have to care that much. I can go play champions I never play and just be dumb about it. And that's always very entertaining. Basically, saying 2-1 to top esports. I think that's a reasonable take. I think... IG have clearly been good. You know, they've pushed a lot of very good teams here, but I do think players are just that little bit more limited in terms of what they can offer, particularly through mid lane. And I think actually top esports current form is going to be a bit much. I think Cream is on great form. I also think TN has been absolutely superb, and that's going to make jungle a tricky place to be. We are still talking about Pilk, of course, Corey. I knew it. Thanks all for the follows as well, guys. Does mean a lot. In fact, if you are in here and you aren't following yet, please do consider it. Who are you? Oh, right, yes. That's fine. Someone just sent me a message I don't need to care about. Not sure if comments like this help or hurt, but what are you saying, Will? Well, it's...
欢迎来到赛前采访，我是主持人洛星。那在这里，我们首先邀请到了埃及战队的下路选手佳琪，你好。
Ramesses the Third。
大家好，我是埃及的佳琪。
欢迎佳琪。那我们也知道啊，最近埃及是进入到了一个背靠的魔鬼赛程。那想知道在上2场比赛失利之后呢，大家主要在哪些方面做了一个调整？
大家就在中后期的运营上，还有 BP 上都做了调整。
好的，那看到啊，你们在4天之前刚好也是跟滔博交手过，并且取得了胜利。那今天又一次碰面，想要再次战胜他们的关键，你觉得是什么？
打滔博的话，正常玩就很好赢吧。
哦，好的，我们也期待今天比赛当中你们的表现。同样，我们在这里也请到了滔博战队的中单选手 Cream， 你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是滔博中单 Cream。
好的，那这个赛段呢，你们的第1场比赛就是跟埃及打的，那场比赛你们是0比2遗憾落败了。但是来到现在，滔博已经拿到了4连胜，并且来到了积分榜榜首的这样一个位置。那你觉得现在的滔博和刚开赛时的滔博最大的区别和变化是什么？
我们最大变化就是我们团战可能打得比之前好很多吧。
团战上面大家的协作能力更好了。那今天如果你们想要战胜埃及，成功复仇的话，你觉得大家必须要关键做好哪一点？
我觉得他们中野联动这个是比较关键的点吧。
好的，我们也期待你们今天在比赛当中的发挥。
Well, there we have it. Nice little interview there. I have no idea what was said. I suppose you are on a broadcaster region. Yeah, it's... I don't know. One of these days we'll be back. We ain't giving up quite yet. It would be nice to be back on broadcast a bit more regularly.
Is the way of this one. I missed the Warhorse ads. They were pretty good fun. I mean, Warhorse still a sponsor, unless they're just not paying for the full ad read segment. Cream looks like he just rolled out of bed. Here we go. What are my predictions for both series today? My prediction is, I think 2-1 top esports, and then what have we got? BLG AL. I think it's 2-0 BLG. I think AL are struggling in some very key spaces, and how you beat BLG right now plays, unfortunately, counter to what AL can do. I think AL's laning is still really suspect, and I think if Flondra and Hope, to a lesser extent, Shanks, aren't really up to snuff, I think it's going to really hurt the rest of the team. Yeah, Trinity, as I take it, is more of an AD carry main in general. I know, like, the Xayah, the Kai'Sa, I remember. The Kai'Sa player, Smolder, I remember we talking about playing. Yeah, that was my... Oh, you were a Civic player as well, huh? For whatever reason, I remember you being a bit of a Xayah enjoyer. I don't think I'd realised that, Trinity. Huh. I have to stop play mid. I have to play mid. Stop Sam crying inside. If you want to play top, that's fine. Weirdly, a lot of my duos play top. All bot. I'm like, I don't have very many mid lane players. I play with Alex, but we bicker too much when we play comp. Like, legitimately, our worst fights have happened after solo queue has gone wrong, which is pretty ridiculous. So it's just like, yeah, no. Oh yeah, we bicker non-stop, but mostly it's like good-natured. Like, it doesn't bother us too much. When it's solo queue, Jesus. It is not good. On the Rift, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's quite bad. That's okay. It's all right, Parky. I've played with some degenerate players in my time. I saw someone try set Nautilus the other day, which was fine, aside from the melt that went 0 and 10. Don't Plancy playing on 300 ping. Also fair. Also fair, Trinity. Yeah, it's a long way. It's a long way. I mean, do you play on OCE servers, I'm assuming? It's 240 when I ask quite a lot. All the stacks. I mean, if you're into a good lane, if you're into a tank or whatever, it's a free lane.
观看2026英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端、掌上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com、虎牙直播、哔哩哔哩直播、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。上京东搜“京东电竞直播”，赢1000元耳机和游戏手办。 扫描上方2维码，定制 LPL 队服队员 ID。开一局吗？开就开！感谢提供全场保护的杜蕾斯，今晚持久战力开一局。Sky Motor 手机电动，快人一步，稳赢一路。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2026 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，醒神好喝，当然占吧。 傲风电竞椅连续6年中国电竞椅销量第1。
直接给他一手点速，线面上中间，爸爸这时候很能滑，再滑一个。来了！抵消，小心公开属性抵消了纳尔的大。这有血手的，哎，找到了真好，把你困在原地，化敌为牢。还有功夫，就 是阿斌的青钢铁。兵哥杀出了。
让我们有请 Invictus Gaming。
Welcome to the stage of Victor's Gaming. Mako, the captain, turning up here. Almost had a bit of a shocking upset against the likes of BLG recently. Couldn't convert the whole way. This team has been a bit of a surprise. The return of Breathe and Mako has really given some exceptional strength to this team. Their opposite numbers, though, have been on a real tear. Speaking of people returning, Jackie Love, one of the greats, back on the squad, was playing with Mako. Will be playing his opposite number today.
LPL 第2赛段组内赛第2周第5日第1场比赛 ，IG 对阵滔博即将开始 ，LPL 吴瑞进巅峰。
Players on stage waiting to get into game and draft properly. You remember that set, do you, vid student? Oh boy, don't bring me back to my solo queue days. Yeah, it was a whole thing, guys. There's Mako on screen. Have a bit of a smack. ATFC, good to see you. Welcome on in. I shall say hello as we're getting ready to get into game. I think bot lane's going to be very important here. I think it's going to be very, very important. Mako has been doing a great job on a lot of these enchanter picks. His bard has been absolutely phenomenal. Was instrumental in taking apart the likes of BLG in the game that they won. They focused on top, and I don't blame them. One of the old greats returning in Breathe, and kind of new blood in Zuyan. Of course, had a little bit of time on IG. I think it was actually his debut team, and had a really poor showing in his few best of threes he did play for the LPL. Now gets another showing at it here. Is that a British Skarner I just saw there with a Union Jack on his claws? Who am I got? I reckon it's going to be top esports, but I think it'll be a 2-1. I think IG got a little bit of something to them, makes them no easy pushover. Should be a really fun day of games, honestly, guys. Vi, Oriana, and Varus off the boards. Nocturne, Seraphine, not the Ash. On the other side, alongside the Bard, away from Mako. So double Mako enchanters. They're going to first pick the Karma that gets through picks and bans. Rumble is also up. But of course, you do have Zuyan on the other side, who has got some really spicy counter picks. Again, this is a guy who beat Bin with Vayne. Earned MVP with it too.
Who are your ads? They must disappear. Leave us.
This will be Rumble, and there's a world where you take the Ezreal here to deny it from the Karma. Though Jackie might just then kite Caitlyn is my suspicion. Maybe the old Hong Kong flag? Maybe, I don't know. I only caught the glimpse of the claws briefly. Makes sense if he's from Hong Kong, I actually have no idea. Well, I'll pick up the Ezreal. There is a world now where you lock Caitlyn and just say, yeah, go on then. It is Jackie. Kaisa could probably get through the lane because you've got the Karma. They're going to lock in the Jarvan to take it away from the Rumble. They decide to go towards the Sivir instead and say, there is no way on this earth you beat our shove. Karma Sivir is about as much shove as a lane can possibly have. Team of the week. There we go. Tien getting a little bit of love from that one. Of course, Tien gets a Jarvan. Reminder, I think it is. It is. No, it's not. I'm thinking wrong. Don't worry about it. Ignore me. Don't do that. But just for that specific sentence, do it. Pantheon locked in now as well with the Rumble. Pretty strong. You lock people down on top of the Equalizer. It's a bad time. Can also then play towards the side lanes. It's double global, right? In the sense of the True Shot Barrage and the Grand Starfall. Of course, True Shot Barrage a little less potent as a global compared to, say, the Grand Starfall. But still pretty good. Hey, Satellite. Welcome on in. Congrats on the stream streaks, by the way, guys. Ambessa and Onivia. They're debating a Rise then. This will force a Rise ban. Actually, no, they banned Onivia. Oh, it depends because they're actually at this point. Who actually has first pick here? I think it'll be IG who get the... It is IG, isn't it, who get pick here, so... They actually could lock in the Rise. Especially banning up the Rise counters, it just gives Renard Rise, no? Alistair away from Mako, it is his big engaged support champion. Ezreal could sort of be left alone, and therefore you just say, screw it, we're losing the early shove. Ezreal Nami, been a while. BLG waiting room. At least this waiting room has got good entertainment. This should be a banger series too, Panzer, to be fair. So the Nami's locked. Azir, not Rise. Interesting. I wonder whether they're worrying about an Onivia support, actually. Could have been really annoying for the Karma and the Civet, now that I think about it more. In fact, that's probably exactly what it was against. That ends up being 4 support bans then, plus Annie, who is no longer a support pick really, but once upon a time was for Mako. Because the Crystallizer is really annoying for the Sivir and the Karma to manage. That's a hover. That's locked! Xerath for the big 2026! Renard, you beauty! Okay. Okay, right. Right. Guys, I need to run some ads. If you don't want to see ads, you want to hear me to talk about this Xerath, subscribe. Make sure you hit that like, that follow button. I see you guys on YouTube. If you're not like, you're following and commenting. It doesn't help the algorithm with you if you do. Make sure you are also hitting that follow button in Twitch. Make sure you're considering a subscription. Makes a massive difference to myself and to Alex. Right. Xerath is another global. Number 1. You can play with the Pantheon very easily because you could walk down the river, press R, be the artillery piece to support those big side lane plays. Very, very potent on that front. Azir hates this matchup. Azir has always hated poke. It is a disaster for him. You basically get to play from outside his normal ranges, and if he goes to shuffle, you hold the shocking orb, you stun him. Very annoying. Xerath could also afford often to not run the teleport, run the barrier or some of those other summoners, because you just get to the point where you just have so much wave clear. It's very difficult to Not wave play, not just wave play, but like you get so much mana, it's very difficult to take you out of the lane. Turn the camera off. Same as Ziggs as well. Good, exactly. Exactly. Audience is full today. It will be the Comet. It will be the Teleport. That's completely fine for Renard. But between that and the Ezreal, you've now got double poke. And unlike the Ziggs, your safety comes with a bit of a stun. You've got more skill shots to control. A little less turret threat. A little less upfront burst. But your kind of continual DPS is very, very strong. The last time we saw a Xerath mid was Icon in 2021. Oh my days. Top lane, Casante's traded a lot of his life to get the shove early. Yeah, Mana Flow Band, Cosmic Insight. Not Cosmic Insight, Transcendence, isn't it? That's the one. Tien's pathing top to bot. The Xerath won't be able to deal with the Azir that well early. You still have a little, you've still got to wait a little bit before you get enough abilities to clear the way and a little enough mana. But eventually you just become very, very annoying. And as I said, it's another global to follow Wei all the time, which is really, really strong. And rather than it being like a one and done thing like with the Ziggs, you've got a load of morts to throw at people that can be very annoying. Is vulnerable theoretically to Jarvan Azir, but there is something to be said for the fact that anytime Azir comes shuffling towards you, you can just shocking orb, and you just sit miles away. Ziggs still has to sit closer than Xerath. Landed a lot of those Arcano pulses early, which is good news for him. And while we have started seeing a bit more Azir again, I'm still not entirely sold. I think it is a risky champion, to say the least. Bot lane, bit of a chunk. Understandably, Jackie and Fungi have got shoved. We said as much. It's not really a surprise, guys. It's really not. Karma Civet is wave clear the lane. Put a ward down here, get a little invade off for Tien after this first clear. Seeing too much extra silliness going on. Is here for the respawn of Raptors though? I take it kind of back. This could make things a bit more interesting. We'll not be able to steal them off. Nice idea. Appreciate the look here, but again, doesn't want to fight the Longsword Ruby Crystal Pantheon. Would be a bit of a mistake, I think. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Appreciate you, Mozza. But ain't Rat IRL Xerath, I'm scared. How bad is Rat IRL Xerath? Tien just goes back towards his top, so I could theoretically jump onto Breathe here. Breathe is kind of aware that something silly might be happening. Just stacks his passive a little bit. Cream again. Just beginning to eat some of these Scorch trades. Yeah, exactly, Qatari. Azir can't threaten you. You can threaten him. You can farm from beyond soldiers. Anytime you shuffle forward, you get stunned. It's very annoying. You are a little bit vulnerable to people coming at you from two different angles. Now you can shocking orb one way and maybe Eye of the Tempest another, but that's about it. Mako misses that one there just a little bit, but again the Ezreal has been kept nice and healthy courtesy of that Nami. And again, Mako's Nami is pretty legitimate, guys. Not too much else happening there. Early laning phase for Breathe, been good. He's actually run the Ignite, interestingly. I haven't quite clocked that, so he really wanted the early pressure. Just saying, yeah, Xanta, you never get to be safe in this lane. Another little look at these Raptors from Tien. Level 6 for Wei here, though. Is that one camp ahead? Yeah, won't make that one work with Tien. So it's 2 failed looks at these Raptors. And just didn't want to have to deal with a level 6 Pantheon. Overplay that hand, you can get followed quite happily. Renard's got level 6 as well. So you do end up in a position where the Pantheon has a lot of extra support kind of out of nowhere. Playing the jungle, though. Breathe has got his way in here. Tien fails the flash. Grand Starfall to pick up the red buff. Breathe. Lovely angle in there. Oh, that was shenanigans. Check out the mini-up and go, hang on. That's a rumble there. That was it was a panic flash. It was a panic flash. Top Esports now in a tricky spot in this game. I think Tien's going to be a significant ways behind now. And this Rumble just got an insane laning lead off a jungle invade. Tien's back, but again, he's still level 5. He's still level 5. He gets 6 off this camp. He's going to be denied it again. Passive being stacked from Wei. There it is. Also, Cream's been chunked very low here. Bit of a attempted play bot. The bubble was good. Jackie now running at Jachi though. That's the on the hump pop to heal now. Arcane shift away. Fungo with the Mantra Q. The Soul Flare's good damage flash on in. Jackie with a great kill. The level 6 was there. And that made all the difference. The slow on the Mantra Q. Not there because Karma cheats by having it available at the level 1. Breathe now going for some proxy farming because of course he is. At this point, Grub's going to be ways, I think, not really a free way for Jarvan and Destiny. He's on the other side of the map as well. I think he probably just wants to look at Jachi here. He's not got the flash. Maybe look at this dragon. So look, it's a good early gold lead to IG. And again, basically they've got double poke, triple global, decent disengage here with the tidal wave and Xerath kind of laying down some suppressing fire and the rumble as well. Basically, Top Esports need to all in, but theoretically, Top Esports with on the hunt from Sivir, Karma giving everyone a speed up. I think they'll want a Shirelias this game. Xante, Jarvan, Zero diving forwards could theoretically do quite a nasty job of closing the distance and dealing with the poke. Might get a look at that here. No ult. The Sivir used quite yet is up and available. Dragon 1 there by TM. 1 HP smite. The tidal wave comes on down. The right of the arcane was summoned though, and Wave will flash away. Jarvan Cataclysm. Mako survives with the flash to end up being a kill on Feng Yue. But the dragon does go the way of Top Esports. Nice pick up there, Tien, with the safe hands on the smite. Let's have a look at this one again, because it goes down to very low HP. Then right, the arcane is quite annoying. Flash out from Wei, flash out from Mako. Doesn't have the flag and the drag available to keep chasing. Morning. Over in Onivia's chat, I see Blake. K Blake, specifically. Top lane, jungle, decent leads for IG. Bot lane, a little bit for Jackie, of course. Jackie is even enough here. Got his own kill. And is roughly the same in terms of the farm. Which, considering you're into Civic Karma, that's not bad going. The sustain of the army is not to be underestimated. Here's a Grand Starfall, actually. Jumping onto Fongyue, who does not have the flash, has burned the heal. Tien is coming. The ricochet's not quite there. Barrier from Jackie. Now, hang on. Can Tien help turn this one around? Wei's been left quite low. Jackie will have an arcane shift. Decent shield. The tidal wave buys some time. Flag and drag available. Jackie needs to start outplaying this. Does a decent job of it. Likely dies now. Yep, split up from Wei to go, okay, we don't want to give both up. Fongyue just about got away with that. And because he did, he got to give a shield. And that was nice for keeping Jackie in the play. Nice counter gank from Tien. And they can't quite secure the kill down to Fongyue with the Grand Starfall. How's it looking? Very even so far. Shocking orb goes wide. Go and look at this. Xerath with a little shuffle on him. Q's the wrong way in a bit of panic, but does get out. Now Wei's being jumped on. The Cassante there. Bit of vengeance for earlier where Breathe wasn't there. Now does actually get to teleport in. Zuyan's gone very deep for this. Don't know about this. Might still trade well onto Wei. But all the while the equalizer on 2 means that Zuyan has no support coming anymore. He's trapped. Taken out by Renard, who hits him with the Arcana Pulse. Sam, Harold is threatening to stab you with a spoon. I think it might be deserved, Trinity. Just maybe, don't know. Harold, you guys can have a spoon fight. That's it. That'll determine who is the right of this. Spoons at noon, guys. On the Twitch front page. They go looking for Wei. They don't really succeed in picking him up. Tien backs away. The problem is at this point, Zuyan's gone all out. So Cream and Fungi are coming over to help. And then Breathe says, no, you aren't. Get equalized. And they go, you're right, you are, sir. And Zuyan is a dead man. Nice pickup. Jackie having some fairly good numbers here, I think it's fair to say. He is on a Sivir. It will be a great scaling win condition. Again, you do have Sivir Azir, which is pretty damn good as far as late game scaling goes. Either of them get a good 3-item team fight. Life ain't good for Invictus Gaming. That said, the mid-game spike of Rumble, Pantheon, Xerath, and Ezreal at 2 items is pretty disgusting. Everyone has very long-range abilities. Equalizer probably obviously the addition there for the Rumble over anything else. To really blast some fools. Looking at the Azir, who shuffles out. The problem is right at the arcane. Cream has to flash. Missed the Q. Shuffle onto the turret. One last auto. Gets it. Wei should just escape. Does indeed. Equalizer for Zuyan, who then has to all out to get off the red carpet. Now has to flash. There's an ignite on as well. The W's rolling the true shot, the true damage. As in comes Tien. Oh, that CC was just about enough. In the mid lane, tidal wave to disengage. Jackie gets out of the tether. No, he doesn't. He doesn't. He sits around for an auto. Fongyue left low. The Q of the minion in the way means that Jackie can't quite get the kill. Tien's now in mid lane. Looks at the flag and the drag. The Cataclysm is there. And so he gets 2 kills in 2 minutes. In comes the Grand Starfall, looking to jump back in though. Now Tien may likely be dead. Can he take Mako with him? No, he can't. 2 for 2 across the map. 1 bot, 1 mid. 1 top, 1 mid. For IG and Top Esports respectively. Both junglers being very active in the last 2 minutes. Of course, the problem is Tien just died, and that means Wei can now turn towards the dragon. I think Jachi could have broken that tether. I think he stopped for an auto. I'm not sure whether that's because the tether had already procced or whether the tether procced because he stopped for the auto. Either way, it's a bit unfortunate. We'll have a look here now. I just want to watch Jachi. Did he? So it's really good there from Fengwei to flash on in. Yeah, he stopped for the auto. He stops the auto. I think he could have broken that if he kept walking. That it would have been a close run thing. It's also Crocodile Dundee, to be fair, as a knifey spoony reference. Then topside, Breathe just says, come on then, let's go. It's not the best equalizer ever, but it does force Rian to ult the other way. Flashes to follow. But then basically CC chain is pretty ridiculous, and TM was there to save the play. Now we're looking potentially to jump onto Zuyan, who loses half his HP bar, trying to get towards Jachi, goes all out. Onto way, the tidal wave disengages well enough. Now actually does need to be a bit careful with the Arcano Pulses. The equalizer is nice, and Jackie gets melted. Jachi will get traded, but the right, the Arcane is still summoned. And that'll be a very nice set of kills there from Victor's Gaming. They do lose their poor AD carry again, who has been jumped on every single fight. Jachi not having the most fun staying alive in this one. Still, everyone else gets the punish. Cream, neither Tempest, Arcano Pulse gets the chunk onto Cream. And look, 10 CS for the Azir, that's great. You just can't play these fights very well. Breathe gets his top lane turret. We'll have a look again. Basically, they jump onto Zuyam. Herald was picked up by top esports. Problem is the fight after is pretty disgusting. They try to jump into Jachi, who does dodge that boomerang blade. Tidal wave forces Zuyam to run away. And then basically they see Cream, who doesn't have a great entrance to that fight. And that equalizer plus the shield vault is lights out for Jackie. Jachi trades pretty well there with the Jarvan who full sends at the backline. The problem is you're going 1-for-1, having already lost your AD carry, having already had your top laner get pumped very low. Not a lot to be done there. IG choose the wrong way out, I think. Equalizer pretty disgusting as well. They end up giving up a lot of kills there, and IG now found themselves a very healthy mid-game gold lead. Largely out of this top side of the map. Nearly at the rocket belt for the Xerath. And of all the immobile mages, I think that one probably does make some sense. He loves that extra bit of ability to escape or get in range for a shocking orb. Dark Seals is well and truly stacked here as well, which is good news for him. Cream is also now bush baiting with Fengwei just around. Why is my volume so low? For the mic or for the game? So I shouldn't be super quiet. I should be about right. I don't think I've changed anything. Let me check where things are at. No, that seems okay there. Sounds fine to me. Okay. So it should be okay. Sandmage, but just let me know if it's an issue. We can have a look. I think I'm looking at the levels here. Everything's about normal. Unless you mean the game sound. But I think that's about right. Tien has been really good on the whole, Michael. I don't think that's entirely fair. I think it's probably the other way around where he has like that one dodgy game every now and then, but largely he's been really exceptional. Like, again, he got player of the week for a reason. Like, he's been on a great tear outside of that first series, which was poor when they returned. Renard about to see a load of people come and fight his control wards. Fast start alterations of Bush. And now going to look at Jackie, who on the hunt. Right, the Arcane. Going to force some skill shot dodging. Doesn't land onto anyone, though. Just kind of finally tank Fug UA a little bit. Renard, rocket belts away. Really in range for a shuffle now. Does eat a fair amount of damage. Tien now is potentially in danger, and Cream's gone very deep. Doesn't have the shuffle. Forces the flash. TP's now coming in on that standard. That will be the Xerath. Not the Xerath, the other thing. The Cassante. Flash ignite onto Cream, who's then forced to ult away. Herald summoned, but it's a battle Herald, and I don't know about this one. That's not a great Herald summon, actually. Breathe does burn Flash Ignite there. Did very nearly actually get the kill onto Cream. I wonder if an Equalizer would have done it. Love how competitive this is. Yeah. Yeah, it has. I'm really excited. That's heavy, bro. That's heavy, Doc. Top IG have a decent chance to win here. I think that's probably fair statistically. Good gold lead. Matching well enough in the objectives. Actually getting chunked out just before Dragon, though, ain't great news. Zuyan should finally get this turret, I would imagine. No, he's not sticking around. Does he need to leave to get down towards this Dragon in time? Cream's here. Jarvan will be here. I don't know if he'll be here in time. Don't think he is. He's going to go to walls and just give it up. Might have been a timeout somewhere. I don't think so. It's a please kill this instead. Yeah, that's a bit of a chunk onto Jackie. Interrupts his reset a little bit. Tried to barrier it, but there's too much damage. Hang on, right, the arcade. Got the kill! Got the kill! He got spotted by the True Shot Barrage. Jackie plays rangefinder. And Renard pulls out the 50 cal. And from downtown, the sniper from the mid lane brings down the AD carry. High value target assassinated. I think he's wearing a ghillie suit at this point. I think you also want Medjai's on the Xerath ASAP. You absolutely do. The move speed is really nice for the Xerath. Makes him nearly impossible to get a hold of properly. He's so safe getting those stacks. Breathe doesn't have Flash. Does have Ignite. Does have Equalizer. He'll try and stand and fight this. Tien gets taken very low there by the Equalizer. The True Shot Barrage. Tags Tien. Forces a heal as well. And does get dropped down finally. Cream forced off the turret. Okay, maybe it's me. Okay. I'll keep an eye on it. Let me know if anyone else has got any issues. Let us know. It might just be you, mate. I'm sorry. I have checked. So again, please do say if there are issues like that. Spots Jackie, barrier doesn't work, and then as a result, Renard gets to go into this bush and press the R key. Picture in picture, there is a fight happening. Right, the arcade. Chung Suiyan quite low. Tien also eats a bit of the damage, has to flag and drag over towards the Krugs. True Shot Barrage, well wide. TES, horrible macro right now. Yeah. Hang on. Cream. Gets a bit interesting. Flash out. Zuyan does need to get over the wall and does so with the footwork. Few. I think part of the problem is the macro is not very fun when your response time is absolutely ridiculous from IG, with all of the range of their abilities from mid-jungle in particular, who now have a lead, and all of the outer turrets. Like, this kind of comp, when the outer turrets go down, is so oppressive, because they can end up fighting you in your jungle from miles away. They fight you in your jungle from the river. It's so annoying. Mike's a bit on the quieter side, but no big deal. Okay. See what I can do about that. Huh. Well, can't do that much there. Just give it a little bit more of a nudge there. That might do it. How's that? There we go. Should be a bit better. Not hugely, but a little bit. Getting another turret there. The gold lead hasn't changed for Invictus Gaming. Still here at this kind of 2,500 gold lead. A couple of those turrets coming back is helping on that front. The issue, I think, will remain... that I don't know how top esports are going to get into the river without getting chunked out on the way. They do have good scaling of their own. Cream has also gone rocket belt on this Azir, by the way. Just to try and close the distance on very mobile, very long-range characters, and I think that's probably quite wise. "30 seconds on Dragon. 3 items for Renard. He went towards the Void Staff. Fair enough. Does want it to be able to deal with some of these tanks. That Equalizer gets onto Jackie. Tidal Wave, right of the arcade. Jackie's just permanently getting hit. You can't spell shield all of them. Needs to run away. Stays alive. They have killed off the Nami, actually. Good standing and delivering. Cream, though, left low. Renard's chunking him out. Breathe goes golden. Zuian's waiting. Wei also split off from the team. They've blown up the mid laner. Zuian now forced to retreat. Tien not having fun versus Wei. Gets a big shield from that Karma and goes down as Renard hits him with another Arcano Pulse. That, Xerath murdered 3. Jackie got out just about. But everyone else did not manage the consistent shelling from IG. So Jackie ends up coming this way, spotted out by a far side alteration, immediately runs away, spell shields the first tick of the Equalizer, then gets footworked, but there's a Tidal Wave, the right of the Arcane, has to flash here in a second to try and buy some time as he sees the Grand Starfall, so tries to flash away from Wei. Zuian does his best to keep his bot lane alive and does just about survive. My days was that low HP, 20 or so if that. The problem is Cream ends up eating a lot of damage. Jackie picks him up while Renard keeps his top laner alive. Zuian can't quite kill that. The shield there from the Karma nearly gets Tien the kill on Wei, but it times out, and that gives enough damage back as the cooldowns work there. There was no Martial Cadence auto, and Tien falls as well. They can't convert that into Baron, a little too late. Not the best Baron damage, this team, unless the Rumble gets to full burn it. However, they do get the Soul Point and Cloud Soul this game. Not bad. For the Rumble in particular, it's good. For the Pantheon in particular, it's good. Awful for Xerath. Truly, generationally awful for Xerath. But that's it. Oh, quick stutter in the clean feed. It's not us. It'll sort itself out. Whoa, come on, clean feed. Renard is being jumped on. Don't like that. He does die. Does he take anyone with him? What is happening, clean feed? Hello?
Okay, we're going for a quick reload. That is very obnoxious. There we go. That sorts it out. I'm going to assume things happened.
IG lose 2, so do top esports. Sorry, IG lose 3, I apologize. Wait, hang on. Hang on. During that complete mess of the clean feed dying, we just saw jungle mid and bot all die. And now Breathe has to turn up here and desperately stop a Baron going down. This could get really messy, especially with all the damage. There is a shuffle available for Cream, who still has that after the play. Doesn't take anyone with him. Gets the Ignite onto Jackie, who will survive. Mako can't do anything to keep anyone alive. And now, 4 dead. Baron to top esports. What? I hope we get a replay, because we saw none of that. By the looks of it, Renard ends up face-checking someone he shouldn't. Yeah, Rocket Belt knows he's in danger. Flag, drag, Cataclysm. Right at the Arcane to try and join the fight on the other side. Wei ends up dying as well. Basically, the GA is popped for free. Cream and Tien, having finished off the mid lane, get to turn up here. The Equalizer is fine. It's just not perfect. Jackie gets flashed on. Doesn't do that much. Doesn't get Zuiam down with him, and that's credit to him, but that's about it. And Cream gets to slide on forwards. 3 items now for Jackie and for Cream. Jackie disconnecting is a problem. I'm assuming that means that Jackie's got an issue. And this should get resolved shortly. You just want a Baron. Stop. There's no need to disconnect. You can win this game now. Little bit of that, Dodoko. Last time Xerath was truly meta was like season 6. Saw a little bit from people like Kuro. Is Xerath mid I spotted? Yes, it is. It's been good too. Legitimately good. The frustrating thing is the first thing it died, it just gave Baron over to top esports without back in the game as a result. But IG were legitimately in a place to win this game. Back to live though. Fortunately a short. TPM. They want to pick up as much gold here as they can. The gold is now swung actually into top esports' favor. Jackie going towards Bloodthirster fourth for lifesteal into the poke. That makes some sense. It does, it does, it does. Breathe is still scary at 3 items. Xerath building to what I suspect will be a death cap fourth. Cream's still at risk here of the poke. He's got an arm guard to try and deal with things like that right at the arcane to some extent. Trying to wave clear best they can. Breathe chunks TN very briefly. No, not to really any meaningful level. I feel like on Xerath you just full send it with damage. Absolutely you do. Rocket Belt actually surprisingly good on him though. Kind of matches what the Azir is trying to do, so you can match Rocket Belt for Rocket Belt when they look for those shuffle plays onto you. 3,000 gold lead out of nowhere. That's a 6,000 gold swing. Oh, what a fumble, IG. 20 seconds on Dragon would be soul for Invictus Gaming. Bloodthirster just got done for Jackie. And that's kind of horrifying. To Dragon we go. IG are going to play this. Here we go. Dragon taken. What about the fight after? Zvian on the front line looking at Breathe. Tries to get into the backside onto that Rumble. Will equalize it. It's a good equalizer. Gets a lot of people low. Goes golden. The tidal wave knocks up one, but now Breathe is in a tricky spot. Flashes away, but it's immediately pulled back by the Untofo. Strikes part 3. Way was way off. Where was he? Narnia flash. Cataclysm. Tien's gone very deep. Gets the knock up. The rest of top esports now sped up by the Shureliers. And allows them to follow up despite TM being miles away. True shot barrage, forces a flash out of Fomue. Would have been the kill, and now IG are desperately running towards the enemy base. No way to outplay this. They'll get the ace and end the game. Oh, IG, that game was yours. But a fumble play into a Baron gets the pieces into place. And suddenly you have all the items in the world. And IG forced to contest into no vision for the first time this game, and it all goes wrong. Top esports hold the line. And Invictus Gaming kind of fumble a couple of objectives in a row. And the game ends in favor of top esports, despite their mid-game woes. Grim Smurf Sahar, he had a good one. He had a good one. There's a very good pick, I think, from TN as well onto Renard when it was looking very, very tricky. I think if that hadn't happened, we'd be having a very different conversation. Very, very good work from him there. Wait, have I done double project? I have. No. I need to mute this as well. What am I doing? Let me double music. Revenant Shuffle, I see you, Cream. Ooh. Did he? I didn't see him do that, actually. I still not progressed to pick up a Revenant Shuffle. Oh. I thought you'd suck it.
Yeah, I was listening yesterday.
Very.
Pearl Jam.
Oh, I put it just to thank you for the heads up.
So Even Flow is a great song.
But it's not what.
It's not.
I just did the usual.
Yeah, I know that, but I was listening to the music yesterday.
Oh, okay, it's done now. It's done now. It's done now.
I
Okay.
was like, wow, I want to listen to something different. So you have headphones on.
Yeah. Avoiding headache by wearing headphones for too long. Accidentally play Pearl Jam. It's fine. Not anymore. It's gone. Pearl Jam's great.
Pearl Jam is great. I just don't want to get like.
I also missed the fact that it was a Revenant Shuffle.
Oh no, it was literally just X's.
Ah, okay.
X's. One side of it.
Nah.
You barely use. There are plans.
What do you think about the Zerath? Yeah. I think it's also really annoying into Zir. Zir hates it. If Zerath becomes meta again, Faker's gonna cry, yes. Yes.
I had a thing on Twitter the other day where I was talking about, look, every player has some champions that they just can't make work at the top level. And it's kind of a dice roll as to whether it's relevant or not. Because you'll have people like, look, Shobi not playing Syndra hasn't been an issue for a very long time. Hasn't affected his career. Faker not playing Xerath or being bad at Xerath hasn't been an issue for his career for a long time. Now, you can argue for Faker that Aurora Yone has actually affected his career, and I think they absolutely have. Or at least he's playing them and he's bad at them. And obviously someone like Knights, he has the most impact of this because his isn't S tier. Now, I don't think it's like straight trash. I think it's not good, but I don't think it's straight trash. I mean, he's won games in like LPL finals, and he's won against like, I think he even won a game versus Scout on it too. So, you know, he's won games on Scout, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, having champions which are like bogey champions, it's kind of a dice roll as to whether it will actually affect your career or not. And I just find it very interesting that, like, as soon as like, oh yeah, Faker was really bad at Xerath, like even in his peak at 2014, no, best player in the world, he couldn't play Xerath. Xerath was just not good for him. And like
Vladimir as well was him for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Despite actually some really good plays on it, he just couldn't win. Like he was just like full sudden go, this is great, and then his team it just wouldn't work. And it was weird because it looked like the eye test looked fine.
The thing with the Vladimir is that he would get focused a lot.
Yeah.
He'd just get like 4-man ganked at level 2 or whatever.
Yeah. Because he was. I felt like the actual on-screen stuff was okay.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I just found it interesting. Like, oh, Xerath never really affected Fake's career.
Yeah. Might do. Especially, and the thing was, I thought Renan had a pretty good game. The one time he got caught out though was disrespectful of Tien. Gave over a pretty awful sequence of Baron into Dragon at the end of the game. Yeah, Faker's 3 and 5. Yeah, it's like it's one of his very few losing win rate champions. Oh, what? Because again, you were seeing all these snipes and you go, that's kind of insane. Oh man, there's the pick where it all goes wrong. Alright guys, I need to run and get myself a bit of a bio break. I will return shortly with coffee. I probably ought to leave the camera on so we don't get in trouble with the ads in between things, because it gets really, things get weird. So the chair is going to look after you guys. Chair Kun is here. Good Earth game though, honestly, I would completely agree. Night Trinity, appreciate you. The game should have been won by IG. I'm not going to call it a throw, but Toppy Sports certainly took advantage of IG making bad mistakes in the mid-game. Yeah, Tien getting some really key picks, did keep them in there, actually way longer than he should have. It was a tough early game for him, but those mid-game picks were really significant. He was the guy who caught out Jachi and particularly Renard at the end a few times. That was really, really, really huge. So that is fine. I will leave the camera on and run away briefly while I go get myself that coffee and trip to the bathroom. draft. Hello. I should have gone for my break earlier. I wanted to wait for MVP. That was a foolish move. Oh. Unfortunately, I can also then do this. Apologies, guys, but sometimes you just end up with a bad timing. There we go. Heyo. Right. Apologies about that one, folks. Morningston. So, Varus, Jace, Vi. Jace banned. I suppose it is game 2. Ori still gets banned, of course. Seraphine away from Mako, but then he gets to first pick the Bard. Gave that one up. Didn't want to deal with the Ori, though, and the Nocturne away from Wei. They're going to Shin'Tao Lulu here, I imagine, them. There is no Ezreal to go with the Bard, worth noting. Hey, Qatar. Thanks for setting up the gamble. Just Yunara instead saying, yeah, we can take this and then you can't pick it. Fair enough. That's the decision. They can pick up Lulu on 3. I doubt we'll see a Lulu's takeaway by IG. That would be a wild old state of affairs. Thank you, Simi, for the 70 stream streak. Appreciate you. Are we thinking of Caitlyn Barding this? Just fully outrange and say, yeah, it doesn't matter if you get the Lulu, we will just absolutely hammer this. You bold call. Okay. I mean, Jachi at his LDL peak was very oppressive in lane. He is incredibly aggressive that way. It's generally proven to be a 50-50 shot at LPL level, though. When it's gone wrong, it's gone very wrong. Look at that. Debating an Annie. Banned. More picked up. So, okay. Annie Bard, double pick options with the Caitlyn, who will love that extra shield. Cream hovering away. To be fair, if you want to punish a Pyke, or punish a Bard, Pyke will do it. The Lulu is better for the Shin'Tao, fairly significantly. I think Top Esports stick with that. Fun little sign. No idea what it says. Thank you for the follow, Simply Junjun. Welcome on in. So, at this stage, IG need this bot lane to work really well. Caitlyn Bard should be very, very oppressive, and eventually hit this point where the Bard can just run around. And be quite pleased with himself. Then the Bard and the Annie provide a pick core, and you run off that. Top Esports, great skirmishing. Lulu to back up a Yunara and a Shin'Tao to play out these extended fights and be very, very dangerous. The Yunara is in danger here of getting shoved out of lane, though, because Caitlyn Bard should be Yunara Lulu, though. The all-ins get a bit dicey, because, again, there is that world where with a good cultivation of spirit, you can do quite a lot of work there. Double AD skirmished away from Wei. The Neferi, the Lee Sin, would have just added into that kind of early dive burst kind of style with both of those. Galio away from Cream. Yeah, would be annoying for the Annie, who doesn't really like playing that matchup, and also it's very good with the Shin'Tao. Means killing that Yunara, killing that Shin'Tao gets very tricky. Rise might well be the ban, or Zwian's Vayne. Right, fair enough. They will be leaving last pick to Zwian, nearly inevitably here. Rise looks pretty good here for Top Esports. They're a little outranged with it, but I think it gives them a very strong side laning option. Don't think there's... I mean, you could Ahri is the other option. A bit safer into the Annie. Well, okay, a bit safer in the sense that you can ult away, but it's a miserable matchup. You need Merc Treads very early. Now, Alex hates playing the Annie matchup, if memory serves. They will go towards that Rise. I mean, that makes sense. Renekton to deny an Ambessa. Breathe is a very competent Renekton. IG all in on the early skirmishing here. Wei was always a huge enjoyer of the Wukong, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that one either. They'll lock the Gnar. Bit more side laning threat, bit more flexible in terms of what it can do. With the Vayne gone, should be a bit more easy to go. And that was kind of prophesied by that Vayne ban as a potential. some very fun hovers here. I think the Wukong's the better team fight option. Though IG, again, aren't necessarily a team fight team here. They're more of a pick and skirmish team. CC into burst. The Caitlyn needs to get very ahead. Otherwise, I do think there will be an issue of team fight damage. Yeah, you'll have Mininar if that gets ahead, and that's great news. Are we just ambassadoring this? Hey, thank you, Cynical. 19 months. Appreciate you. Appreciate the Prime sub, my man. It will be the ambassador. Okay, I much prefer top esports draft, I think. I think you've got better skirmishing. I think you've got better side lanes across the whole of it. Like, yes, the Gnar will be able to do okay here, but I think Ambassador and Ryze will eventually become very problematic. I think your team fight is really good. You've got multiple threats. You've got multiple abilities to get to backline, to defend your own backline. Xin Zhao plus Lulu's very oppressive in the early game. Your scaling's really good. I think IG are all in on mid game here. And they need this Caitlyn Bard to do horrible things to the enemy team and allow the Bard and the Annie to basically make that initial pick turn into an immediate kill. I'm honestly not sure about the Wukong here. I think they were hoping for at least an Ethereum. It would have worked better, I think. Let's turn the cameras off. And guys, if you don't want to see the ads coming up, subscribe. Subscribe, guys. That's what you'll need to do. Appreciate all those who do. It does help support the channel and us and our ability to keep doing this, because we are reliant on all of you back home to keep doing this, especially as we aren't on official broadcasting very much of a capacity right now. So all the help you can offer really does help keep the esports dream alive. So thank you to all those who do. To the riff we go, Gios, and then we'll keep discussing these comps. Well, stun on to Cream at the level 1. I think you do hit a point where Annie, Wukong, Bard set up a big CC chain and blow someone up with a fed Caitlyn. But I do think Jackie is kind of obligated to be strong this game. I think if Jackie's behind, the damage becomes a lot more conditional. Interesting that statistically, Tien's with an invade here, actually. Wei is going to leave. This is really sneaky. How did he get over there? Okay. So they'll know that Wei's going topside. Does Tien reset and then go enemy blue after this? Or does he look bot? Because he might just do a level 2 gang bot here. He's got the red buff. The Wukong could theoretically join, but he might be a little ways off. Yeah, here we go. Oh, this could get real messy. Oh, no, he's not going to bother. Okay. Could fight over his own wolves. Could just run enemy blue side. Looking at Renard. Okay, no passive stacked. Just uses Q. This gets really dicey for him. Here we go. Cream needs cooldowns. Ghost does a fair amount of work there. Forces the flash out of Renard. Nice little look. Gets his own red side. Wukong will reset. Not Wukong, Wukong will reset, sorry. Pick up the early longsword and then look to potentially fight over this topside scuttle crab. I suspect that then means basically Tien is going to be down a camp because he got 2 of the enemy camps, whereas Wei got the full blue quadrant. Tien's gonna go clear these up. I think he'll need to reset and go for this bot side scuttle crab here, because Wei's gonna immediately jump here. And actually, if he doesn't reset now, there's a real world where he gets double scuttled.
Yeah, in fact, look at him now. He's going to head straight over to this bot side Scuttle Crab. Going to see this ward. That's going to give way the double scuttle. I think TN now may have to just invade for Gromp. They're all pinging. Problem is, bot side's got shove. Makes things a bit interesting. Way's going to start on his own Raptors on that respawn. And then be clear towards top side. Also viable. The other thing is TN really needs a reset here at some point. He's going to have to smite, I think. Okay, he doesn't bother. Fine. Gets away with it. May stick around for his Gromp here. Yeah, Wukong will go Raptors, Wolves, Krug, go to Gromp, sorry. Back off on that one. Zuyan trading on to Breathe a little there. Fleet from Breathe to try and just sustain through this lane a little bit. Electrocute Ambessa to kind of get some poke down. We have seen a bit more of this Electrocute Ambessa into the range matchups like the Gnar, and just saying I can full send in the early levels, get those Electrocute trades onto Mini Gnar, and kind of be able to have a bit more control over the early lane in a way that I can't with some of the other summoner choices. There's an assist ping at the Wolves, but I don't think anyone's really fighting that. Just saying, hey, I imagine TN is here. Wukong can Krugs, then put some wards down for his bot lane and continue from that. Jackie's doing a decent job of staying even in farm, at least here. Little lead for Jackie, who does have a plate. Which is where that little bit of a gold lead is coming from. Jackie versus Jackie is always going to be fun. Of course, once upon a time, Jackie was top esports academies superstar rookie AD carry. Played behind Jackie for a long time. Bot lane gank with that magical journey. Wei will warrior trickster forwards, force a flash out of Fongyue. And the heal, actually, for that matter. Nice little gank. Here we go. Fight over this dragon. Tiana's around. But I think they just have to give this up. Yeah, they put the control wall down and go, yeah, that's just not happening. Cream gets stunned. There's an electrocute. Does need to reset probably soon-ish, I would imagine. But he's got the tier. Would love these Merc Treads, basically. Public execution buffers through the wall up well. Gets shoved into the wall, though. That's a bit more problematic. Breathe might be in a good spot here. Yeah, hang on. Flash kill. Yeah, that's problematic. Zuyan doesn't hold on to that one. Jackie about to get ace in the hole. Does barrier. Body blocked by Fongyue, but again doesn't have the flash. That will likely be a kill there as well. IG, 2 kills on opposite sides of the map. Nicely done. Zuyan a little disrespectful of that ult into the wall. Falls down in slightly ignominious fashion as bot side zoned off this wave. Cream is now here, but TM with the level 6 might get run out a little bit himself. Might start running at Jackie a little. Wait, does have to be a bit careful here. Gets inside the Crescent Guard. Cream trying to get those overloads across everyone. Can't string them over to Wei, though. Jackie and Mako now in danger. Forced to flash as a Realm Warp. Hang on. Renard nearly at the Mega. Watch for that potential flash for the Disintegrate. The damage is good. They blow up 2. Both the jungle and Jackie left very low. Renard trying to get one back on the TN and will do so. But now Renard's in danger. And there's a speed shrine so Cream and Jackie can keep running at this. And that will even up the kill score. 4-4 in the early stages. There's a 4 for 2 in this blue side jungle of top esports. Leads to a very significant win there. Let's have a look at this replay. So this is the top side fight. Mega Gnar happens. Rian buffers through the CC initially with the public execution, and this is good. He is now, however, sat far too close to the wall and probably just needs to flash that Mega Gnar at that point. Gets hit by another wallop. Like, there's two things he could have flashed there. Chooses to do neither. Dies for it. Just at least hold the summoner, I suppose. And then this was just too far. Tien has the level 6 and Wei's left low. The respawns come on through because Jackie and Feng Yuan had to come back out on the map. It's early enough that the respawns mean that actually they get to get back to this fight having died. Mako has no mana. They get realm warped. Renard doesn't have the stun yet. If that was a flash stun, that was great, but he doesn't actually have the stun, so everyone gets to keep doing the damage. He has to flash then because that's the timer. He can't wait for another spell. Either way, Jackie now ends up 2-0-1. Cream is 2-0-2. Oh dear. At least Jackie's in an okay spot, like he's not behind the game. But as we said, we need this Caitlyn to be more than just even. She needs to be the win condition. I'm not convinced about that. Stun for Rune Prison. Missing that overload there, slightly sad for Cream, who does indeed have the Merc Treads. Isn't building Roa, by the way, currently. Well, might be, hang on. But he doesn't have the Catalyst at least yet in inventory. Wei, thinking about jumping onto Cream, who's just out of range. Tempered Fae. Ah, hang on. That'll be the trap after. Tries to Transcend Spirit. Decent shield there. Jackie buys enough time. Mako needs the magical journey away. The Arc of Ruin just comes down. Jackie can maybe look a little bit more as Feng Yue also left quite low. The Piltover Peacemaker makes things a bit tricky there, but the heal is in. Untouchable Shadow to body block the ace in the hole. Cream eats Tibbers. May now need to run away a little bit. That's got another stun built up. We'll use it on the wave instead. Jumping it, breathe a little there. Good chunk. Jackie's got Kraken. Not quite there for Jackie, who started off with the boots for the extra spacing. It's always nice on the Caitlyn, who does love to cycle through to those headshots. To the dragon we look. Public Execution buffed through the Mega Gnar well. That's a bit better from Zuyan. Problem is, of course, Breathe has now gotten this early advantage and leveraged it into Steel Caps and a Phage, which is really annoying. Ambassador's going to be down a fair amount until she gets towards that Eclipse. We'll reset here and TP back in. Tien looking to potentially invade on this. If everyone becomes lightning, he can. A little late on that one into Blast going back out and does. Scott grabs that. Will be Tien's for the taking. No one believes in IG. That is sad. Mako down to a third. Good chunk there from Jackie. Minor gold lead to IG, but we said that last game, and then the mid game rolled around and some of the decision making was a little poor. Jump onto Cream there. Ghost, but not enough to get away. There'll be a trap after. No, flashes away from the tip. It's not quite perfectly timed. Gets both summoners. Can maybe look to run at someone more here. Won't quite happen. Okay. Indeed, it was the row. He just hadn't started with the Catalyst, went for the Blasting Rod and the Ruby Crystal. I was like, that makes more sense. Do your points go to the Shadow Realm if IG wins? I believe so, yes. Decent chunk there onto Renard. Gets the plate. It's going to be a stun building up here. Okay, not going to be quite in range. Breathe hops over. Good look for the Mega Nut. Nice combo from Breathe. Dragon spawns in a couple minutes. Not really happening anytime soon. Cream is going to be a problem this game, I think. Maybe look bot here. There's a magical journey angle. Here we go. Jackie going to be left low. The wild growth interrupts both. Really lovely from Feng Yue. Damage back is good. Feng Yue will body block the ace in the hole. Should be able to clear out this wave now. Arc of Ruin onto Jachi. Dodges around those Caitlyn traps. Tian is now here. They're thinking about realm warping this. They might be. Here we go. Oh, Jachi. Tempered Fate catches both. Jachi needs to run. Does have the flash. The stun's still good. CC, shields, trying to get the kill. There we go. Even with the Mikhails, they can't keep the Caitlyn alive. Nice realm warp angle from the Dragon Pit to avoid vision. They have the wards, can spot it. Zuyan just missed his public execution though. And Breathe is going to run at him. Nearly at Meganar. That should just be the kill. Nope, the shield with the Repudiate keeps Zuyan alive. Just about escapes, but doesn't have teleport, doesn't have flash. Needs to reset and get out soon. That likely actually means, with the grubs, that Breed is getting first turret here. An extension of this top lane lead he earned for himself. To the Herald we go. This Gnar will be the additional win condition required. I was a bit nervous about additional damage, but Breathe being so ahead is good news. Even with the Trinity Force, couldn't quite take that turret. Does have to be a little careful because Tien is here. Mega Gnar boulder toss. Doesn't dodge it. Does clear out the way, but this turret is likely falling. Cream is uncontested on the other side, though, for now. Annie is coming. We'll have the Molten Shield, I think, to speed her way over here. Tien is deliberately shielding this turret to deny Breathe the first turret goal, which is pretty critical. Cream couldn't get that turret bot side. Breathe had flash there. Yeah, maybe. I think with the Drakehound step, I think he would have been just out of range unless it was a really good boulder toss to follow after, because I think Mega Gnar was basically there, so the ranged auto wouldn't have been. Mako, magical journey out. There is a Blastco. They just follow instead. Jumping at Mako, Arc of Ruin has to flash. Flash forward from Jackie, trying to get the kill. The side clone, the turnaround damage is good. The wild growth, though, Jackie's left down. Nicely done from way on the turnaround. The problem is now Renard is likely going to die, so just become the 1-for-1. Make that 2-for-1, actually, as Mako fell as well. Didn't see that happen. My apologies. Does leave mid lane turret, though, undefended, and Jackie goes, cool. You left that one alone, didn't you? So we'll pick up 2 turrets. Finally secure that top one, and they'll also clean up that middle one. Dragon, full top esports though their thought process. Wei is around. Can theoretically jump in the back of the pit here. Will not be given the opportunity. So, Jachi just doesn't turn up. He's like, yeah, I'm going to push mid and get that turret. They jump at Mako, and everyone follows the magical journey, and things get a bit crazy from there, so they don't know Wei's hit. They do now. And then Jackie flashes to try and follow. It's not a great flash. Gets him in range for an auto or two. Yeah. Wind becomes lightning after the flash. Audacious charge gets that one, and then Tien gets to follow up onto Renard as well, so it does end up being 2 there. Feng Yue picks up the 1 onto the Annie. 2 for 1 still probably worth it. Of course, Wei getting that kill onto the... I think Jackie had a bounty on his head, but I wasn't sure. Cream is also getting to be very scary here at 1,000 gold. Of course, so is Breathe. 2,000 gold now ahead. He's really keeping IG in the game here. That early solo kill has been leveraged very, very well. Looks like it'll be a Sterak second. to play for these team fights. Be something of a front line with this Wukong. Towards the control wards we look. Top Esports securing some river control. Hello, League of Legends caster Initialise made you looks. Regards, your ex Kirby. Thank you, Kirby, for that incredible chat message. Appreciate the 15 stream streak. Tempered Fate. Trap after. Jackie does get out though with a cleanse and a shift away with the ult. Realm Walk. Oh boy, that could be spicy. Cream on the other side, force the flash, the public execution. There we go. Wild growth for the knockup. Renard is going to go falling down. Now Breathe is in danger, nearly at the Meganar. Run away, says Way. The Battle Herald used as an escape car. Hacker nods somewhere off screen. Breathe goes down. Way also low, not quite falling. Man, that was close. Breathe tried to hold with the Meganar, and for all he's got a 2,000 gold lead. No, he doesn't. Sweam picks up 2 kills. And Top Esports in this mid game are just taking IG apart. IG, I've appreciated some of the creative drafts. I've appreciated some of the early playmaking. But some of the mid game has been a little problematic. TES best mid game team in LPL. I think especially, Alex, if we are seeing people like Tien, people like Cream having champions with agency to threaten from multiple angles, because actually Tien gets a really good start at this fight. The Realm Warp is superb, guys. It really is. Sets up so well because they all run from one angle into Cream, and it sets up for the public execution. Great wild growth after. They are very dangerous in these mid games, and I think Tien playing a lot of these team fights out in the mid game with this kind of 2-item mark has been very, very strong. Renard, not a great game from him, unfortunately, on the Annie. Wade tries to jump over. It's just not well advised. And it all goes a bit wrong. They beat BLG in the mid game and JDG. Very true. Very true. The laning is decent from Top Esports, but a little bit mercurial. I do appreciate the fact that they are actually quite good in the draft phase right now. I think having people like Zuyan with some of these more kind of like alarming counter picks like the Vayne is forcing weird options in draft. I think Top Esports know exactly what they want out of a mid-game comp. We're seeing a lot of this Shinzao Lulu from this team for a reason. We're seeing a lot of Jarvan from this team for a reason. Tien, though, might just be face checking. Good escape there. Had got the wolves waiting for him. Jungler's quick tip: if you've got champions with dashes to camps, aggro the walls when you're putting down wards. You can use them to escape if you have someone try and jump onto you. Hang on, Renard's in danger. The Realm up behind. He's dead. He's very dead. Guys, we might have another Top Esports international event experience. Now, as we all know, I'm going to brush out the old reserves. Brush them off. Bring them out. The Fallen For It Again awards, guys. Just got to be aware, however much Top Esports look good, they can always disappoint you. Speaking of, Tempered Fate spotted out the Baron. Going to look to go in regardless. Tien, Crescent Guard, Mako falls. And now they're trapped far up this mid lane creek, and the paddle is splinted by Tien. Can maybe jump across here. The Rune Prison does a fair amount of damage and holds Breathe accountable. He's got a Sterax, but absolutely no MR right now. And unfortunately for him, Cream does quite a lot of that there magic damage, as actually ironically does Jackie Love. It was looking decent for IG, and now that statistical prognosis is just slipping away. Soul Point. How do playoffs work for LPL this split? Do all the teams go to play-ins, or top 4 teams from Nirvana go to play-ins, plus bottom, I want to say bottom 2 from upper group from Ascend. Bottom 2 teams from Nirvana are out for the year. They are done. Then those 6 teams play kind of a little mini bracket to get into playoffs proper. Top 4 teams from Ascend get a first round bye, and I think they end up in the upper bracket. I'm not quite sure where in the bracket they are, but basically top 4 gets a benefit. Everyone else goes through. Everyone else in Ascend is, and then bottom 2 from Ascend are in play-ins. But everyone is basically in some form of the playoff system. It just depends whether they have to do a play-in bracket first. Fun fact, prior to this game, Top Esports and IG had been the only teams in the LPL to win against Rise. 3 times each, at least. That is a fun fact. Rise has been very potent, despite people picking up things like the Onivia and the Cassiopeia. Wow, wow, wow. And BLG is guaranteed a spot at MSI because they won first down, correct? I don't think it works that way. They're guaranteed... LPL is guaranteed an extra slot at MSI, I think is the way it works. Not BLG themselves. It's just the region, I think, is the way it works. They might get some EWC considerations. I'm not sure. Whoa, hang on. Hang on. Breathe just solo killed Zuyan again. What happened there? We just came to life and there was a... what happened is he flashed out of the bush. He flashed out of the bush as Meganar and just full CC'd Zuyan, who wasn't expecting it. Thanks for the sub, Shady. Here we go. No, it wasn't. He just ran at Zuyan. Okay. Huh. Well, that... not great. Couple big solo kills that this ambassador just didn't need to give up. Yeah. Hyperproc, flash for the Meganar coming on through, just ran him down. Like the degenerate you are. That's incorrect. What did first time give them then? Because I thought first time was giving you the extra slot. Has a buy for second seed. Buy. Right, that's what it is. Okay, okay, okay. Buy for second seed from planes. Okay. I thought it was the slot. Let's not spread misinformation on the internet. Thank you. Oh, I don't have the things up in front of me. I had it down as being the extra slot. I'm not going to lie. In that case, I do apologize. Thank you, Alex, for checking that one out. But they do get the buy for second seed is what it is. So you don't play and you just go straight to main event. All 14 teams with the LPL go to MSI. No, exactly. No, you don't get a guarantee. The team never gets a guarantee to the next event, at least within the Riot system. Things like Rebel League Zone, some of the third-party events, that's a little different, where they often do seeding and invites based off international performances. Why is Nymaera talking to themselves? Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, so that's right. So it's MSI that gives you the extra seed. That's the way it is. Okay, I think I was confusing it with the MSI boon. We do actually have kindred masks, Happyanus. But yes, I'm Initialise if you're not sure. Nymaera's older brother. We do the commentary on this stream pretty much every day. Thank you for the follow, Drana. Appreciate you being in here. Good time to be here. Big gold lead to Top Esports. 30 seconds on this dragon. The thing is, with that death, Top Esports actually have kind of lost control a little bit of this map. Do they want to fight for dragon or say, hey, we could actually look at Baron here and pulse them across? TP's in. Tien gets a control ward down. They've now got an angle in here. Mid lane control being fought over. Tien will spot people out in that bush. Zuyan on the far line bush. Cream is now in here. Don't know if they want to face check this. Scary to face check. Breather's got a big shield from the teleport, but that will wear off soon enough. Public execution. Realm Warp. Lovely. Mako's down. And another. And another. They lose the mid and the support. Oh, Zuyan, you might not be playing the individual fights that well against Breathe, but the flags have been good. Cream flash for a Rune Prison. Jackie's down as well. Tien gets that one. Crescent Guard after. They're trying to find something, but he's dead. The whole team is aced. The whole team just goes down the sink. And TES wash their hands of this game. Absolutely foul stuff. I need that replay because Zuyan and Cream pull the pincers with sublime accuracy. Look at it again. Zuyan just walks up to them. Public execution. Jachi flashes out. The problem is the wild growth after for even more CC. Mako gets blasted. Never gets a chance to get to the magical journey. Wade tries to disengage with the Cyclone, but Cream's having none of it. Gets the Spell Flux and sees the opportunity to flash for the Rune Prison. Tien follows. Knocks Breathe back in another world. Knocking that Mega Gnar back would have been a lights out. It's not. Back to the Dragon we go. Baron plus Soul plus Ace. Plus what will be a roughly 10,000 gold lead right now. Why does it look like they're playing at 2 times speed? That's just the LPL freneticism, my friend. That's not bad, actually. Hang on. GA. There's a cleanse. There's a cleanse. And Jackie begins to fire quite rapidly. Flashes into quite a lot of people. Doesn't care. Public execution. Indeed sees a little bit of vengeance for the laning phase with Zuyan. Double for Jackie. And another ace. My days. Top esports are taking no prisoners in these team fights anymore. No, you didn't, Duo. You made it just in time. Towards the Nexus turrets they roll, and Top Esports have blasted this game. The mid-game power was far beyond what I think IG were hoping for. They get aced that one last time before the respawns could come on through. The game is decisively over. IG made it convincing in the early stages, made it competitive in the early stages. That game 1 draft I really liked. That game 2 I had more issues with. But the mid game from Top Esports now against the best and brightest in the LPL, BLG, AL, JDG, Victus Gaming now, has been really, really potent. And they will confirm this as a 2-0 in very, very convincing fashion. Got a little nervous after Breathe got that early lead, thinking, maybe this not going to be a problem. But then every team fight, they just got blasted. So we understand his laning woe still managed to be useful in the team fights. Tien and Jackie, great series. I think Cream is also on a very, very good state of form right now, which has not always been true over the last few years. Good news from that part of the rift. That's World Champion Ambassador Jackie Love to you. Sorry. Turn the music off briefly. If you don't want ads, guys, by the way, consider subscribing, because again, you get to support myself, Initialise, of course, and Nymaera, who would really, really, really love all the help we can get. Thank you for all the subs in that group game. Did make a huge difference. If you guys have got that capacity to offer a little bit of extra support, now is the time. Appreciate you all joining us so often, so regularly. Thanks for looking after us all. For those of you who can, if you're not hit that follow button, what a great channel to be following. Got the YouTube and the Onivia channel also rolling as well. So if you can support, it does make a huge amount of difference. There is a Ko-fi link as well. Let me put that into chat as well. If you don't want to support via subscribing on Twitch. That's also a great way of doing it. And there's also myself, Initialise, who is an awesome person to be following in general. Aren't I cool? There we go. Let's just get those across. Makes a huge difference to those of you who can help us out. And again, a little bit of support on the various socials can make a huge difference as well. Ah, come on. There we go. And the last one. Ah, there's Alex's socials. Appreciate you getting that one as well, Al. Why did that not one come up? There we go. Brilliant. And again, to those of you who do want to come help, that makes a massive difference. Oh. Well, there's the followage. Nice work. 11 months. Or 1 year. Nearly 2 years, mate. Nearly 2 years. Let me turn the camera off and have a look at those numbers. Yep. Jachi did not get to play the game on Caitlyn. Early laning phase was solid, but the moment those early Realm Warp plays came behind, made things really tricky. And again, we said that this Caitlyn needed to work. It was a very risky draft from my mind for IG. You had to get this snowball happening. You needed the Bard and the Annie and the Wukong to basically mean that this Caitlyn would be incredibly oppressive. And that didn't happen. Jackie putting up that amount of damage is a bad sign. Again, I said a lot of that damage came from later on, right? Like, I expect the numbers were a lot more even until the mid-game. But again, the moment the snowball in mid-game went wrong, you ran out of options, I think, for IG. Instead of supporting League of Legends caster Nymaera via Ko-fi, I will be going to my local Costa, purchasing one I don't know fancy coffee, buying a plane ticket, flying to Berlin, harassing random civilians until I learn the Hapgood's address, and personally delivering their coffee from ex-Kirby. You mad lad. Oh, happily so. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, I gotta get changed.
That's fine, yeah.
Hello, you lovely lot. How's it going? I'll be stepping in for the second series. What's happening there? Have we lost any frames? A little bit, but nothing too much. How's it going, everyone? So, second series, waiting for AL versus BLG. And I have to say, quite worried for anyone's legend in the second series. You know, yes, BLG have had some worrying results recently. We'll phrase it like that. I've had some worrying results. However, the problem for anyone's legend is I don't think their lanes are good enough. I'm not sure that Flandre will be able to hold bin. I guess we get some. Oh, we got a post-game interview, so we'll listen to that. I'll shut up.
那在这里，我们首先要恭喜滔博获得了本场比赛的胜利。在我们的赛后采访席，我们有请到了滔博战队的打野选手小天，你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是滔博的打野天。
好的，欢迎天。那恭喜你们将胜率继续延续下去，拿到了这个赛段你们的5连胜啊。那从第2赛段开始以来呢，你们其实和IG之间也曾有2度的交手嘛，但是都遗憾落败了。今天是终于成功复仇了 IG 战队，想问问此刻你心里的感受是怎么样的？
其实每次遇到 IG 的时候，感觉心态都不太一样。第一次的话，感觉很想赢，但是很遗憾的输。然后第2次也是差不多的心态。然后这一次的话，我觉得我们还是算是平常心吧，因为我觉得我们应该正常打就能赢嘛。
我觉得这个跟大家最近的这个士气也有关系，对不对？那你觉得今天你们是在哪些方面是做得更好了，才能够战胜他们的？
就上次连输4把，感觉被对面就狂砍了100多个吧，然后就劣势的时候要绷住，然后好好在劣势的时候找机会了。
好，今天也确实是在劣势的时候第1局有找到一个机会啊。我们先来看看，因为之前在你的赛后采访里面啊，你有提到过嘛，说赛季初期队伍其实是有很多波折的，是比较艰难的一段时间。但是现在仅仅过去了2周的时间，你们就已经拿下了5连胜，而且是在这个积分榜的榜首的位置。那想问问，你觉得在这段时间里面，大家发生了一些什么样的事情，能够让内部有这样一个转变，让这口气儿喘过来，并且越打越顺的呢？
首先到目前为止，就是这个结果是完全没有想象过的，就感觉还是有点梦幻吧。现在的话，在这个过程中，我觉得我们有很多运气好赢下的局，但是最后还只是看结果嘛，所以我觉得我们那个游戏里有一些部分还是要好好调整。然后在这段过程中，我觉得大家都很有信心，然后很努力，很积极。
看得出来大家的整个精神面貌是非常好的。竞技比赛就是要有一颗想赢的决心和自信心才行。那赛前有看到一个很有意思的数据啊，就是你目前场均对线参与击杀是位列这个联盟第1的，而你们今天对战的 IG 战队的野辅也恰好排在你后面，位列2、3名。那想问问，今天这个会不会让你觉得对于野辅上面你要特别的注意一下？
你感觉滔博一直都是一支比较血腥的队伍吧，然后我们前面有说我们自己，我们跟 IG 都是比较血腥的队伍吧，然后前面打得好的话就容易滚起优势，然后今天本来的想法是中野辅去对抗嘛，然后今天做到了，就打得挺好。
确实，那可以看到我们第1局啊，虽然说前中期有一点点的落后，但是在28分钟的那一波抓单对面的泽拉斯之后，直接扭转战局，拿下大龙啊，一波就推平对面了。想问问，在这中间大家是怎么样去布置接下来的一个战略布局的呢？
首先第1把的翻盘，感觉有点运气成分吧，就是觉得当时那个机会比较好，然后大家所有人都抓住了那个机会，然后后面的话我们阵容团战比较好打，然后就很简单就赢下来了。
其实也是你们抓机会的能力也是非常强的。那今天要问问小天了，你觉得大家怎么样才能够继续把这个连胜延续下去呢？
我感觉这世界上没有能一直赢的队伍，就是如果我们把自己做的不好的部分再改进一下，我们是能够赢下更多的。
好的，非常谦虚啊！我们也期待滔博之后 精彩的表现，能够带给我们更多的惊喜。我们也感谢小天来到我们的赛后采访，接下来时间交还给我们今天的解说席吧。
Always great to hear from Jaculov, and for those of you Mandarin speakers in chat, I hope that was informative to you as well. So now we get on to our second series. I suppose we're waiting for our player of the game, because they do the MVP interview. Then we find out player of the game and player of the match as well. So I was obviously watching off on the side, so I'm going to leave it to you, chat, who you think who deserves player of the game and player of the series. Personally, you know, I've been looking at top esports. There are a couple of players I really want to shout out. I think that Cream is in the form of his life. I think that, I think quite clearly Cream is doing very, very well right now. I don't think he's having those off games. I don't think he's having those games where he struggles to close them out nearly as much as he did in the past. And player of the game is Jaculov. Did it against the Caitlyn. Not always the easiest situation for the Nymaera. Jaculov is one of the best Nymaeras in the world. Very, very good player of it. And it's great to see him back. You know, having that split off to help with his tinnitus he was suffering from. Really, really nice to see him back and performing very well. That is a player who I really want to see the best out of. Everyone voting for him too. Unanimous on that point. Now we wait for player of the series, who I would imagine may end up being the same. We'll see. IG combusted that series in mid-game. The thing is, kind of most people do that versus top esports. Player of the match is going to be... No, I thought that was the thing for that. Well, it is going to be, actually it is. I got baited just happened a second to later for me. So Jaculov, 11 KDA, 82% kill participation, 34% damage share, almost 200% gold efficiency with that too. I mean, the gold at the end is whatever, right? But Jaculov, man, he's on great form. Realm warped into the play, flashes out of the out of the stun rather. Oh, Jaculov. You know, I'm so glad that Jaculov and Mako took their split off. I'm so glad that Jaculov and Mako took their split off, because I think it's done them a lot of good. I think it's done them a lot of good. And he's getting that KDA while playing like this. He's also playing with Feng Yue too, a rookie support. You know, he's not playing with Chris, Mako, Hung, these like older supports. He's playing with a younger support, and I think it's making Feng Yue look so much better too. And hopefully this is a great learning experience for Feng Yue. I think Feng Yue could be... Oh, another good flash away from the stun. I think Feng Yue, if he keeps under, you know, Jaculov's tutelage, she does make supports look very good. I think that Feng Yue could be a great support in LPL. The more I see from Feng Yue, the more I'm convinced. The more I'm genuinely convinced. I think that Feng Yue could be the next, you know, the next big thing in LPL support. You know, we've had Vampire come through. We've had players like Jway and Feather, Palkia, who I think are promising. But I think that Feng Yue does have what it takes to be, you know, a genuinely very good support. Not like Jaculov doesn't have experience having to micro support, exactly, but it teaches them. It teaches them really well. And there's no better way, I think, to learn as a support than to have an AD carry which teaches you exactly what an AD carry needs to carry a game. So Jaculov, clearly player of the match there, and we move on to our second series. So let's think about what we can do during the break, I suppose. Did we put adverts on? Let me just check. We have only put them on at some point. In fact, we'll put that on now. Hey, Amber, how's it going? Feng Yue to LCS confirmed. LCS doesn't have the money for that anymore. Like, you can make the joke. The thing is, like, you go back 5 years ago or whatever, or well, obviously 10 years ago, it would be the joke that NA would just import everyone. That was the joke. That's not the case anymore. NA don't have that same kind of pull. Actually, let me put on the... I did like the Xerath pick. I think Renard isn't it for IG. I think we've seen enough of him now. So great to see TN on Jarvan meta as well. The great heist of Sword Art will never be matched. Yeah, sort of. Well, there was who was the mid laner who they used VODs to say it was Knight. They used Knight's VODs to say it was him. Who was that mid laner? K-Duo, that's it, guy. Yeah, K-Duo. No. Ruby's Korean duo. It wasn't Ruby. It was a Chinese player, K-Duo, for TSM. Ruby was a Korean player. He played in obviously, but he played in Europe, remember, first, and then he went to NA. So that was a very different situation. Okay. Now we switch back onto this as well. So, second series, as we were saying, Anyone's Legend versus BLG. Should be really fun, that one. Look, BLG are playing a number of series back-to-back days. That isn't good for teams. Playing back-to-back series is hard. No, I don't think Ruby did have the same thing, Duo. What happened with... No, that wasn't the case, Duo. Because Ruby was picked up... I know that's not the case either, Duo, so I don't know where you got that information from, but that wasn't the same thing. What Ruby had was he was picked up by XL's kind of like data analysis machine. So XL back at that time, there were a couple of players. Yeah, I think it was like Peach and Ruby at the same time. Basically got picked up on statistical analysis that they were the best people to import. So that wasn't the case of, Peter Zhang using Knight's VODs to say, this is definitely this player, they look fantastic. Yeah, so Duo, that I don't know where you got that information from. That's not the case for those players. Oh, we've seen this charades thing before. I'll keep this audio on, but basically Shun and Knight are playing charades, so you can guess what they're doing there. So they have to act out something. I don't know what they're acting out, but they're acting out things. That looks like a lasso. K-Duo was one of those, we scouted this mechanical genius out of nowhere. Yes, but what they did there was, the coach that said, oh, this guy's great. They used Knight's VODs to say that K-Duo was like the next great thing, and it was Knight instead. So they were like, oh god. You ran a half marathon this morning? Holy crap, congrats. Hope it was a good time. Oh, you're a gym bro? Hey, it's a good way to stay in shape. Helps posture, helps a lot of things, right? And it's a good way. Look, I think I've seen a lot of people who've really didn't Peach and Ruby first place at play in UOL with the Prime League. I didn't think they did. I think, but look, they got picked up on a statistical analysis team. They did play on UOL, you're right, but they ended up playing on Heretics after that. I was okay at short distance running. I was pretty good at long distance running, actually. I got huge fucking legs. But I haven't done like cross country in ages. Nah, it's okay, Joe. It's okay. I mean, like, it's very... Look, there's so many random stories which go around esports. Getting your details straight for everything is pretty hard. I'm not gonna ring you out for that, as long as you, like, accept the new info and whatever. Lord of the Rings reference to the Gimli quote? Yeah, I know. Orcs are built for short distances. I'm kind of sad that they diminished Gimli down to more of a comedic comedy character, because he was a real poet and a philosopher in the books. I haven't read the... God, in fact, have I? I read The Hobbit. I don't think I actually ever read the full Lord of the Rings, but But one of the reasons why Gimli was such a poet and a philosopher in Lord of the Rings is because in The Hobbit, Tolkien thought he was playing into a lot of bad stereotypes with the way he depicted dwarves, so he wanted Gimli to kind of push back against that, basically. did a 143. It's okay, but more competitive and I don't know what High Rocks is actually. But yeah, congrats. It's very cool to very cool to see people commit themselves to like a half marathon. That stuff's hard as hell. This is BLG's third series in 4 days, right? Yeah, if you're not including the online series as well that they've been playing for, you know, the other event. BLG have been playing a lot of games. And I mean, the thing is, you know, last year, I think that would have been a killer against Anyone's Legend because they were the ones with Tabe, who is, you know, very good at prepping for teams on the whole. I say that obviously when they've had 2 teams back to back, obviously they've struggled with that too. Anyone's Legend, when was the last time they played a series actually? They played on Thursday, so they've actually had a bit of a time off from that. Gimli, the legendary saxophone player. Yes, I remember that video. The horn of Helm Hammerlad will ring true once more. Sound once more. If the Lord of the Rings extended editions are so good, where are the Lord of the Rings extended books? You're asking the right questions, and that's the Silmarillion, basically. Why is Zed Pro viable but Talon isn't? What differentiates these champions? Because, okay, I need everyone to take this very seriously. Zed is not an assassin. Zed is a poke mage who hides as an assassin. That's why he's good. Zed just does like his double shuriken combo, gets you down to half HP, and then he can do stuff. Talon can't do that. He has to like hit you with like 3 billion different passives before he gets kills on you. He was good in jungle because he could do that out of Fog of War very consistently and do that. But yeah, it's really hard for Talon to, and that's one part of it. And then the other thing is Zed has ways out of fights because he can ult in and he can ult out, and you can shadow in and shadow out. Talon can't get out of a play. This was the thing. I remember watching back, you know, OGN 2014 when Talon was meta then too. And Monty really kind of phrased that right in terms of like, Talon, you know, you're always, whenever you go in as Talon, and this is remain true after the rework too, you're on a one-way trip. Talon is always on a one-way trip. Zed can actually get out. On a related note, I miss Neferi mid. I also miss Neferi mid to a degree. I think that it was good. We were talking about this on stream yesterday because people were talking about why don't we see magic damage junglers? Why don't we see AP junglers? One of the issues is that there is no consistent damage source who has a safe laning phase as an AD mid laner. Because if you're going to have that, it's an AD carry. In terms of actual physical damage sources with a safe laning phase and actual consistent damage output, you're looking at like Jace in certain metas, and Yone sometimes, and that's kind of it. Beyond that, you have, it's basically AD carries, and almost everyone else is melee or has a bad laning phase, which can be a real problem. So yeah, it can be a big issue. It's a problem not having like any Tristana Corculution in mid lane, because it means that you don't have any ability to play those AP jungles, or not any ability. You have a much diminished ability to play magic damage jungles. How about Renekton versus Yone Galio? Very, very good, but you don't see blind pick Yone Galios, which is the thing. Yone will never get blind picked. Galio shouldn't be blind picked either. There's too many things which end up just destroying him. You're right that he's good in those matches, but you shouldn't see that allowed from Renekton, really. Hey, Sam. Just wondering where my coffee is. I'd quite like a coffee. All good. No worries, Twisted Mind. And we'll get ourselves into our rosters as well. Anyone's Legend hitting the Rift. And of course, BLG on the other side of it. Flandra, Tarzan, Shanks, Hope, and Kyle. But of course, different coach for them now. Big Way was BLG's coach. BLG, Bin, Shun, Knights, Viper on, coached by Daney. And that has been a big thing for BLG. I think that the coaching has worked out better for them. They're choosing Kyle versus On as their support as the chosen support matchup. Kyle hasn't been looking great, folks. He hasn't been looking great. I think he was good last split, and then playoffs he fell off, and no, Kyle was fine last split. I don't even think he was quote-unquote good by his standards, and now I think Kyle is just not doing very well. I think he's struggling, whereas On, you know, he did have a bad series yesterday. He was not good on the Onivia, he was not good on the Nami. However, we know that On does have occasionally those games, though he hasn't shown that recently. He has still been the best support within the LPL. You can't really contest that right now. Maybe it'd be someone like Mako, of course. Mako, also incredibly good. I can understand why they think that's the key matchup. I'm trying to think who I would put as the key matchup. Well, Shanks versus Knight is always fun. Do I think that's key? I think it's I actually think Bin versus Flandre is really crucial too. I just need to... Can Flandre hold Bin? I'm not sure. I don't think you can hold him in check. I don't think that's true. Oh wait, BLG is playing another series online tomorrow. I didn't... God, BLG have got like 1 million series. Then what? It's crazy for them. Shit, let me go back to that. Let me go back to that Let me go to their... Also, when it's an online game, it's different, right? To a certain extent. But they have played just so many games back to back. You know, this is their 3rd series in 4 days for LPL. Now, they played Top Esports on Thursday, IG yesterday, AL today. That's not an easy schedule. Like, IG are a pretty good team, and they dropped a game to them once they lost to Top Esports. It's hard to prep for all of them. Arguably, the whole of AL is not looking good right now. The thing is, Anyone's Legend aren't looking good in early game, and that's the big thing. I think that they're not looking good in early game, which is a bit of an issue for them. I think we've got a pre-game interview now, so we'll switch over to that.
欢迎来到赛前采访，我是主持人洛欣。首先，在这里我们有请到了 AL 战队的打野选手 Tarzan， 你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是打野 Tarzan。
好的，欢迎 Tarzan。虽然在你们的上一场比赛当中是战胜了 WE， 但是从最近的几场比赛整体来看呢，你们的状态是有所起伏的。你觉得大家现在目前最面临艰巨的需要立刻改正的问题是什么？
立刻要改的东西的话，就我们前期能进攻的时候不要让吧，就好好进攻，然后好好防守吧，前期。
要打得稳一点。那今天面对强敌 BLG， 你觉得胜负的关键手在哪里？
感觉今天打 BLG 的话，感觉今天前期很关键吧，感觉前期拿到优势，我们也有机会吧。
好的，我们也期待你们今天的表现。同样在这里，我们也邀请到了 BLG 的中单选手 Night， 你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 BLG 的中单 Night。
好的，欢迎 Night。最近啊，看你们的赛程也是进入了一个连轴比赛的魔鬼赛程，如果没有记错的话，是7天有6场比赛。那这对于每一位选手来说的话呢，大家的体力和这个专注力都是非常大的一个考验。想问问这个对你们的状态有所影响吗？
我觉得对我们状态是没有影响的，但可能就这种赛程还是会有点累的吧，所以大家好好休息。
那想问问赛前大家是怎么样快速调整状态的？
就打完比赛就吃顿好的，奖励一下自己，要好好睡觉。
好的，那第二个问题要问问了，今天面对你们的老对手 AL， 你觉得取胜的关键是什么？
我觉得他们中野辅打是非常好的吧，我们中野辅能赢的话，应该会比较轻松。
好的，也期待你们今天在比赛当中的表现了。让我们有请 Anyone's Legend。接下来，让我们有请哔哩哔哩 Gaming。
BLG first out onto the stage to face off against Anyone's Legend here in Shanghai. BLG, of course, our first stand.
LPL 第2赛段组内赛第2周第5日第2场比赛
and trying to hold on to the top of the table in LPL. Struggled to do so, lost against Top Esports. That was their one loss of LPL so far. Top Esports had the better game score than them too. Top Esports are the first place team in the LPL and remain so regardless of results today. Hello and welcome back everyone. My name is Nymaera and I'll be covering this series here today. As I cover every LPL series along with my brother Initialise Sam did the first series of the day, I'll be doing this one. Anyone's Legend BLG, of course, became a household matchup within the LPL last year. Anyone's Legend last year was their trip to the top. They picked up Tabe. It was a huge pickup for them. This roster became one which was cerebral. It thought about the game. They had good strategies. They played so well in the lane swap metas of last year, particularly using players like Tarzan and Kyle to control the map and be very cerebral about the way that they played the game. However, since the removal of the lane swap meta and loss of their coach Tabe to JDG, who has gone on to an incredible run of form themselves, with a very young, or a very high potential roster over on JDG, it has come at the detriment to Anyone's Legend. Anyone's Legend have not looked like the same team that they were last year, because they're not the same team, not without that coach. BLG, they've formed themselves a super team again this year. Many super teams, many of their rosters have been called that since 2024. Sometimes to, you know, different receptions. Is it truly a super team? You know, is it just Knight and Bin being on the roster? But now they have Knight, Bin, and Viper. I think On is also the best support player within the LPL right now. And I think that Shun is one of the best junglers in the entire world. BLG international champions for the first time ever. After winning first stand against Anyone's Legend, who failed to get that mark for themselves in the entirety of last year, despite having an incredible run of form into the draft. No Pantheon Ryze combination. The Ryze is removed. Jarvan is available. Jarvan's a big one. Ashe Seraphine is a big one too. So Jarvan, Ashe Seraphine, what else have we got? Stuff like the Yunara Lulu might come through. There's no Ezreal Bard. Kyle and On both play both of those matchups. I really liked Viper having like the little teddy bear with the Aphelios weapons around him on the side there. Very cute. Oh, and Karma's let through. Karma is let through. So is it Karma for Ashe Seraphine? I think it might... Okay, not that then. The Jarvan also let through. So it's the Karma for the Jarvan trade. So you go Karma, and then what do? Do you take the Ezreal away from the Karma? Maybe. But at that point, what do you pick as your support? Ezreal Nami's been played a little bit. So you're not going to go for the Ezreal Karma. If you go Caitlyn Karma into Jarvan is very dangerous. You win the laning phase, but then as soon as the Jarvan starts dunking, you feel as though you just don't have much way to play out the game. They might have to go for it anyway, and then they might pick... What were they doing to jungle against the Jarvan? You might have to Shinzao, I suppose. The Caitlyn is the easy one. It locks up alongside the Karma. But what do you do in jungle? Do you just go Shinzao? I mean, Tarzan is a very good Shinzao player. Interested to see what On picks do, because there's no Ezreal Bard, there's no Ezreal Karma. That is such a cool picture as well. Night Aurora. Ugh, one of the best in the world at it. Going Skarner, potentially. I mean, Skarner's pretty tanky, does work well with the Karma shields. No point going Emilio, despite the fact that it counts as the Skarner. They go for the Gnar, so they're actually choosing to not lock in a bot laner. This is quite bold from BLG. You know, going up against the hyper lane dominance of Caitlyn Karma and not locking in your full duo before the second round of bans, AL will ban away the remaining supports, you'd imagine. You know, mid lane pool is too open. Mid lane pool is too open. And Knight's going to get himself counterpick anyway. They do ban the Vayne. Now that's interesting, because I actually thought that Bin played really well versus the Vayne before first back. He went for Cloth Armor, Halo Blades with, you know, Cloth 4 with Halo Blades. And he did really well before first back, and then obviously it was the top lane 2v2s, which went wrong after that point. Flandra apparently he must have been practicing to a certain extent. The Azir banned away from Shanks. Don't want to have to deal with double long-range backline setup for the Skarner front line. Does mean there's a potential Scion for Flandra who might just say, screw it, I'm not going to win lane, but I'll survive. And then actually the Jarvan has to play into double tanks, which he hates. Nico banned away from Ezreal. One of his best pairings left on the table. Not really sure what the last ban will be. Could be something like the Nami, right? Don't really want to go something like Nautilus with the Ezreal. The LeBlanc banned away from Knight. Maybe an Aurora pick from Shanks trying to protect that matchup. It really doesn't like LeBlanc, and Knight was so good on LeBlanc the other day. So BLG presumably locking in support here. No Nico. What do they want to pair up with the Ezreal against the Caitlyn Karma? No Bard. No Nico. Oh, they might take the Aurora. Oh, now that's interesting, because I think anyone's Legend were assuming... Okay, right. So they're hovering the Aurora, they don't lock it in. Ezreal Seraphine. Okay, they do lock the Seraphine away from the Ash Seraphine. We saw bits and pieces of this. It would have been strange to blind pick mid lane when you could have counterpicked last, knowing the enemy Karma's going into support role anyway. Didn't Knight lose on LeBlanc? He did, but he was the best player on the Rift during that game when the rest of his team was really struggling. Knight was incredible in that game. Very, very good game on the LeBlanc despite the loss. Potential of the Jace into the Gnar. Double long range. Do they go for something like the Zoe in mid lane? Go for like triple long range? Quite dangerous into the Jarvan and Seraphine though. Quite dangerous to play the Jace into the Gnar anyway. Well, I mean, because it's Bin's Gnar. The matchup is good in general, but Bin very, very good at playing out those kind of matchups. Yeah, for sure, Nirvash. Knight was carrying that LeBlanc game, but the weights of the 4 teammates were a little bit heavy in that one. Although, to be honest, BLG they've had games like that before. They'll bounce back from it. The Aurora does come through from Shanks. So Knight thinking about his matchup here. I don't mind something like an engaged champion coming out from him too. The TF, not bad against the Aurora. Very good versus the pushing lane of the Caitlyn Karma. Now, TF can teleport onto the Caitlyn Karma lane, but they can sometimes put the trap down, and they can gold card you. As you go for the gold card, you kind of eat a headshot. Knight TF, this would be I think this is a 10th champion in 11 games for Knight. Maybe an 11th from 12th, can't remember the exact names. He's only doubled up 1 champion so far. I really like this. This allows you to go towards volatile top lane of the Jace Gnar. It allows you to go in, follow the engage with the Jarvan. It allows you to have a decent lane versus the Aurora. I haven't seen Knight play TF in a long time. We're going to go into a quick ad break so we don't get them during the game, folks. So if you don't want to have adverts, think about subscribing now. Anyone's Legend. Range advantage, trying to play through strong top and bot lane early. BLG will try and interrupt those lanes with the Jarvan Twisted Fate gank before they get too much of an advantage. Anyone's Legend, we've had complaints about their laning phase. We've had complaints about the early game. Anyone's Legend are still very, very good in mid and late game, but they don't get there at the same rate as the other top teams in the LPL. To be honest, AL are not a top team anymore. They have to earn that right again. Big Way drafting against the enemy team, which used to be his home, BLG. Danny fist bumping. Now the coach of BLG himself. We'll see how the drafts play out. Appreciate the follow, by the way, the study boy. Appreciate you. And if anyone else wants to drop a follow as well, it makes a big difference to us. Likes, follows, subscribe. It all make a difference to us who are trying to keep up the history of the LPL along the thousands of the games we cast here. Let's get into it. Let's see what those level 1 wards look like. Looks like there is a ward from Jace onto top side. I'm just going to go have a look up. See when Knight last played Twisted Fate. The last time Knight played TF was 2021 Demacia Cup in the LPL. Been and on 500 games together as a duo as well, kept together over time. Thank you so much, by the way, Still Era as well for the sub. Really appreciate you as well. But yeah, since 2021, Knight has not played the Twisted Fate. It's been a long time. We'll see whether he can use the global and the pressure of that gold card. Q missing from on there. It's a bit awkward. The Seraphine versus the Karma. It is, I think Azale said it on LCS the other day. It's legitimately hit or miss. You hit your skill shots, so you miss them. Of course, you have so many of them, it makes a difference. Oh, Mantra Q missing there from Kyle. That's not great. Losing the level 1 push, but no surprises there. Jarvan clearing top to bot. AL know that Jarvan is not starting on top side, and they've also put down 2 very good wards to protect their invade routes onto their bot jungle. Anyone's Legend, one of the things that they were struggling the most at in this split, as they kind of started to fall off, was the fact that they didn't know how to deal with early jungle pathing, keep Tarzan safe in the early jungle, and he would often not get there. Tarzan, the most important player to Anyone's Legend, one of the greatest junglers, not only in the world, but of all time. A little bit of wave clear here from Knight. Blue card to help him farm up there. Early shoving from the Aurora, who has a bit more wave control in that matchup, no surprise. Ooh, good jump forwards there from Viper. It's the E-auto Q. Strong trade onto the Caitlyn, who often stops you from taking those kind of trades. Red card, does miss the minion. Of course, TF will be getting a lot of gold from his passive, so if there's any gold lead in this mid lane, remember there's probably going to be an extra 1,000 or so gold. It'll also change up as the matchup goes along. Oh, Viper queued the wrong minion there just about. Losing 1 CS there. Another Mantra Key missing from Kyle, though. So while Hope and Kyle have the push and they have the slight CS lead, it's not a huge HP lead. So Viper and On can stay in lane for quite a long time here. Flandra's not got anything done in top lane either. Been Thor and Shield this time, not gone for, you know, hyper early game focus with the Halo Blades Cloth 4. Skarner recalling in the enemy jungle, as is Shun. Both of them on a full clear, both of them putting a ward down on Raptors. Jarvan actually staying on the map. Does he go straight towards his Raptors respawn? I think he does, actually. Skarner went for that recall, has the Giant Spell first buy. Of course, is slightly cheaper than the Tunneler first back from Jarvan. Jarvan did go for the 3 camp back into this long sword. We've seen that a few times. Shun was really likes doing that, actually. Although Tarzan did that a lot on Kiana Zed. It's a huge meta for himself. Tarzan just full clearing through topside. This is a little bit of a worry for BLG in the fact that they would love to have stronger laning phase against anyone's legend, because their lanes are stronger than anyone's legend. I think pound for pound, you look across the map. If you take into account the matchup, you'd favor Bin versus Flandre, you'd favor Knight versus Shanks, and Viper On versus Hope Kyle in pure laning phase. Although Shanks, to be honest, has done quite well versus Knight over the last year or so. He's gotten a lot of help to do so. Last year, one of the ways that anyone's legend beat BLG was just sending everyone mid lane, because Knight didn't get much help from his team in that meta. Jump forwards from Bin. Flandre trading back. Well goes into the mini. Now the last house comes out, though. I was actually worried that Bin could go forwards and potentially get a harder play, but I think the Skarner on top side has dissuaded him. Good trade from Bin, though, considering the matchup. Reminder, folks, that you might not think as Flandre as a top lane carry player anymore. He's more of a tank player, or has been since his JDG era of 24. But Flandre was one of the carry players in the top lane from like 2015 to 2018, 2019 or so. And then he brought out stuff like the Graves top lane with the full lethality build, a full lifesteal build in 2021 in the World Twin on EDG. And then he went on to develop things like such as the tank Jace top lane of 2024 and 2025. I think it was 25 actually was when he did that. He developed the Rek'Sai top lane of 2024 as well. He is the scientist of top lane. Of course, this one's nothing different in terms of the Grasp Jace, but the Grasp Jace with the full tank was his variant of it. BLG, AL, quite early game so far. I don't give any more stories between BLG and AL. Strong shove in from the Aurora here in mid lane. Knight does hit level 6 though. 10 CS down, acceptable for the matchup. Aurora strong into the TF in the early levels. And then of course Knight just wants to get out of the map. Get out onto the map. And now AL need to be very careful about where they walk in. Tarzan has the level 6 first. He did get the level 6 Scuttle Crab. TF actually using the ult to go back towards mid lane. First one of the game used to make sure he can be in there. But Tarzan gets the Raptor steal. Shun still waiting on his level 6. Of course, Shun, I think he was the best jungler in the world at first stand. And coming back from it as well. However, I think that the last week or so with the 3 series in 4 days and things like that have shown that, if you don't prep well for jungle pattern, if you don't prep well for enemy team, even the best junglers in the world can look very fallible. We've seen that from Skewmond in G2. I don't think that he has had the easiest time actually either. Meganar coming up from Bim, but he's very, very low. Wallop does land that there. Can he get himself the heavy play here with the ultimate jump forwards? Bin might have just misjudged it. Last auto attack not there from Flandre. Bin does get the fleet footwork. Shot goes wide. Bin regenning with the Doran shield. Not the same there from Flandre. What's coming through from the top lane? The Ezreal ultimate's getting close, but not going to be on target. Skarner's going to go through the wall. There's no flash here. Bin's very likely going to die. Flash forward. Tarzan first blood, as Bin does not have the support on the top side. The TF ult was used to mid lane, not to top lane. Bin takes a heavy trade, not having the extra ability to play there. Flash forwards from Shun really wants to get the play here. He can Cataclysm later as well. Flandra can come over, but he's very low. The ult's coming through. Ult's through it! And he'll get the double kill surely after this point. Shun ults through the Skarner suppression and gets the double kill. The Jarvan is fed. Turns out... Do the monarchy not need to pay taxes? That was the joke about Skarner. Gotta pay your taxes with your QSS. I am the king. I pay no taxes. You pay them to me. Oh, God. No, Bin playing very well despite the matchup. Jace is a heavy winning matchup into the Gnar. But Bin's been playing it well the few times we've seen those trades. Q's on target well to get the ults away. Flashes into the house. If he'd flashed over that, the HP advantage would have been enough, I think, for Flandra to just take the kill himself. Tarzan has to flash to get Bin. Really well played from Shun, though, just saying, I'm just going to run straight top lane. I can win, despite the level disadvantage. I've got myself, red buff, despite the fact that you do too. This play is crucial. Ults through it. Flandra ends up getting hit by the Q on the way in. Shun ends up hitting with the Q. If he doesn't hit that and hitting both of them, probably loses that. Daniel's like, nice. Regular day at the office. Jump forwards from Bin, ult into the wall, Q in, and now Flandra just didn't actually get any kill participation on Bin just before that. That's important to keep into the equation. Shun's coming top lane too. Flandra doesn't have flash, does try and clear out the wave. Jumping onto him. I think that Shun just gets the kill here. Where's the knock away? Kyle's coming up. Oh, flashing for the shield, but can't get it in time. He uses the flash and the heal, but Flandra is dead by the time he gets there. The ambulance doesn't get there in time. He's dead on arrival. Oh, that's so close from Kyle. If he gets that, the heal, the shield, that probably is enough to save him. It's close, Kyle. Not quite there in time, though. Shun, and a magnificent last minute or two on, does have flash and heal. I don't think he flashes the right way there. That's bad from On. Could have just flashed the wall. Dies. That was strange from On. Heal to get the card on... sorry, not... Yeah, it was the heal to get on target. It was the spellbook there from Knight to do that. Significant CS lead built up by Shanks in mid lane here. Did get that kill earlier just then as well. So he's now ahead significant gold. Shun heading topside. Knight does have his ult up and available. Need to see what he does with that next one. Flandra, he's just getting ganked on cooldown. There's a Cataclysm now too. He is going to die. This is how quickly it will be. Save the Cataclysm. Give the kill to Bin. Top lane is a problem. Anyone's Legend. Their top laner is 0 and 3. We said we had worries about Anyone's Legend in the early game. They've gotten Tarzan out of the early game. That's been great. Flandra hasn't survived. 0 and 3. Big problem for him. Not going low, but does have the teleport and the ult. Plenty of ability for him to impact the map now. Hex Optics from Hope first on the Caitlyn. Seems to be a very popular item on many of our AD carries now because it's cheap, cheerful, gives you a lot of the stats you want. And Caitlyn, if you get a kill, then you get the extra ability to jump forward, like get the auto attacks at long range too. Viper missing the W there, so the E was looking a little bit awkward. Stayed within touching distance of Hope. Lost some plates on bot lane turret. Doesn't change that much though. Takes the ult with the barrier. Chooses to keep himself higher HP. Kyle not going to have his life threatened because he takes the blast cone out. Does get some wards into bot jungle. Jump forwards there. Tarzan doesn't have flash just yet. Has the protoplasm belt. Protoplasm harness rather. TF's roaming topside. Did they manage to stop him? No. He's just managed to recall. Good damage onto Hope. Wow. Very low HP there. The Caitlyn Karma I don't think is achieved enough. I don't think the Caitlyn Karma is achieved enough. Jace is now very far behind the Bin, the Gnar, in what you're expected to see in the matchup. Knight doesn't care that he's behind the Aurora. All he has to do is just make sure that his side lanes are safe. And they are for now. Now Shanks has been doing well, has that first priority item, Rocket Belt. Knight has the Rod of Ages. He's switched over to the Ignite, so his next ultimate is going to be really deadly. I think he might just kill the Jace on his own if he finds him. Knight's TF? Yeah, Knight hasn't played Twisted Fate since 2021. In this split, Knight, I think he's played something like 10 champions, I want to say. What has he played? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. This is his 12th champion in, I think this is his 12th champion in 13 games. I believe that's the case. Gold lead, not really there, but Anyone's Legend should have a gold lead with Jason Tanara and then the Caitlyn Karma. The fact that they don't is worrying. Now, Hope does have, good gold from plates. Just completed his bot lane quest too, that's why the gold looks a bit inflated. Viper should hit his on the next wave or two anyway. He's a little further behind because of the plates going down. Shin has the level advantage to Tarzan. I'm not sure you want this actually. Shanks is strong. I don't think you want this, Shin. Goes QE. Ults in. Gold card coming through, but goes on to... Hang on a second. Shin still has a little bit of HP left to play with. Protoball doesn't kill him, and now Nar comes down. Not great from Shin, but he does live. I'm somewhat surprised at that. I thought he would just die straight up. Had the level advantage. The QE was... the QE was a bit meh from him. Not exactly sure what happened there. In my opinion, when Knight can play weird champs, his team is dominant. So the thing is with Knight is that Knight has always had an crazy large champion pool. It's just that when he was playing on, say, top esports and stuff, a lot of the champions he played, his coach just didn't like as champions, so Knight didn't really get a chance to play them. Knight, as far as we were aware from hearing from other players, Knight's the kind of person who just picks for team. He always picks for team if he can do. So when actually his team is like, actually, you pick for yourself, I think that shows the atmosphere of the team. Heartsteel is still a thing on Skarner. It is for some people. Tarzan doesn't like it. Tarzan's been going for the Protoplasm Harness, and I think it's worked out better for him. Bot lane quest completed for Viper now, so he's a little bit more even in gold. Ulting up towards Dragon. Doesn't steal it. He's looking for an opportunistic steal there. I want to see Knight's Echo. I miss his AP Assassins. I want to see stuff like Diana Mid come back too. It's been a long time, but Diana Mid is a very fun bursty champion. Not too much of it, because that champion is really kind of annoying to play in lane. I don't want to get too popular in solo queue. But once or twice it's fun. Oh, TF coming bot side. There is a flash from Kyle. Flash for that. There is a Cataclysm coming up, but the Encore goes across absolutely everyone. Yep, that's your engage range. There's a trap from Hope. I don't think he's living here. There is a Cataclysm. He's stuck under turret. He's teleporting in. It's the Jace. He's going to be there to clear up a little bit, but the E's going to come down anyway. Great play from BLG. First aggressive ult from Knight in the game. Nets him 2 assists. Good job from him. The Encore from the Seraphine makes the distance. It's extended 2 times through the Jarvan and the TF who'd flashed forwards. Gets himself on target. Crazy play from BLG. And look at this now. Viper 2 kills, 500 gold ahead. Now BLG, they gank top lane to stabilize that much. They trust in the fact that Viper and On will hold themselves even in bot lane, and they have done. And then they use the TF to make the first power play, and suddenly AL, where is your lead? You don't have one from this kind of composition. This kind of composition now comes down to, can Tarzan find miracle picks? Might be able to get Bin here, but he has flash. Meganar's just about to come out. Does get himself most of the way away from that wave. Hops away, gets the ult into the wall. Tarzan might force flash with his own ultimate. Does he have the wall stun? Doesn't get the ult on target. Tarzan yet to have a useful ultimate. Was ulted through by Shun. Got the top one and top river onto Knight, but he was full HP. Didn't catch Shun with that one either. Doesn't catch Bin there now either. Turret taken by Flandra. Does get the first turret of the game. 2 dragons to Anyone's Legend too. It's Infernal Rift, so that's not bad for them. But the thing with Anyone's Legend composition is that you pick for winning lanes and you haven't really won them. Not really. You know, you're not ahead in CS in top or bot lane. Mid you do, but that's the least consequential role. Knight is just there to be an ult bot, to be a gold card bot. And he's done well at that. And now he can just play across the map. It's very hard for you to catch out the Twisted Fate. Just gold cards the Skarner if he runs at him. A reminder that BLG, they have, this is their 3rd series in 4 days within the LPL. We've got some online matches they're playing too, so they're playing a ton of games back to back. It's hard for them to specifically prepare against opponents. This is one of the things that we said about JDG playing most of their series in LPL in back-to-back days. Viper just fishing with those Ws, has blue buff, so he's able to do so without losing too much mana. BLG with the gold lead now. As we said, you know, the TF does add a certain amount of extra gold to the lead. I'm not going to say it's completely fake gold, because it is gold he spends on items, but it's not quite the same as, you know, gold in Aurora matters more than gold on Twisted Fate. The first 3 items of the game, of course, important for Twisted Fate, but they're not going to carry in the same way that a hyper-fed mid laner does from another champion. It's one of the reasons why Twisted Fate fell off quite a bit when he was the AD variant as well, when he was nerfed. Felt like the items on him just didn't matter as much. Also remember back to the Rapid Fire Cannon Everfrost meta. It was like, okay, power farm's like 2 items, you can Everfrost, Rapid Fire Cannon, but you're not going to do damage, but at least your utility's good. Looks like Lichbane second. Yep, he does go Lichbane second for, on, well, pretty much every tweet at TF does this now. It's Rod of Ages. Ooh, jump forwards. Q does... Viper's going to take more damage than he wanted there. That's not great from Viper. Ults onto him too. That's not a good jump forward. Shin now caught out in River. Chance of a flash ultimate. Don't really think it'll lead to much. Viper lands the W and decides I'm going in, but loses all of his HP for it. Not great from Viper, actually. Hope turning and burning with Kyle's Q landing. That's going to be mid lane turret because of the mistake from Viper on the Ezreal. Ezreal has been Viper's best champion across the split, but that doesn't mean it doesn't have some mistakes laden in there. Flanders just uses Q to jump forward. That might be a mistake for the Boomerang missing, though. It means that the hyper movement speed not there to chase him down. Been winning the side lane matchup. That is scary for Jace. Jace always wants to be winning side lane. Not doing so here, though. Even though Viper is ahead in gold, AL getting that mid lane turret, that's a big moment. TF teleporting in. Dragon spawning now. So now we get ourselves our first big fight of the game. Shanks, good gold on him. Shanks might do the damage needed. Jace not coming down to the fight just yet. But AL could give up a dragon. That is also a big thing that they could do as well. Do I think they should do? No. There's an argument about scaling, right? I mean, we did say Alien Legend really did want that early gold lead. The fact that Ezreal has managed to get to 2 items now, yeah. Ezreal at 2 items, maybe don't fight him. Hope doesn't have the Infinity Edge yet, so you're much weaker in AD carry role for a team fight setting. Knight has the Lichbane. Hey, TFC, thanks for the watch streak there. Herald being summoned, of course, by BLG. Tarzan jumping forwards on how does he get out of this one? Flashes away. The Encore's not bad. It makes for a bit of a weird situation. On is going to live. The Encore made sure that the Skarner was walking him back towards his own team, towards safety. The Encore from the Seraphine working well. It's a 1 for none. The Herald did charge into mid lane as well. Anyone's Legend can't find the engage. It is just Skarner looking for the pick, and it's so hard when it's him doing it alone. Shanks looking for the wave clip. Red card onto turret. Grub's working too. Mid lane turret falling. BLG with a 4,000 gold lead. Anyone's Legend. The early game just isn't good enough, chat. The early game is not good enough. It doesn't give them the platform to play these later game scenarios. Now, right here, they try and jump onto the Seraphine, but because he ults, it means that he walks back towards the Seraphine, doesn't pull him further out of position. The follow-up isn't there. Flandra's Shock Blast doesn't go through the acceleration gate. It doesn't go through the acceleration gate. If it was extended, it would have been a kill. The Q didn't hit the E. Flandra, not a great game from him on the Jace. We said, you know, in terms of draft, yes, Jason's Gnar, kind of dangerous, but we said, well, it's Bin's Jace, Bin's Gnar, and BLG play around top lane. The way that BLG have found their dominance is by saying, you can have the early dragons, we'll gank top lane, and if Bin gets ahead, he'll carry. I don't think anyone's Legend were quite ready for that, even though Tarzan did go top lane and kill Bin that one time. Shin got more value out of it, and Bin is, you know, further ahead in the matchup than he has any right to be on a Gnar versus the Jace, and anyone's Legend have not made the inroads in the other parts of the map. You know, even though they had the Caitlyn Karma, one of the worries I had is that anyone's Legend, they're just not a dominant laning team. They're not a team where you think, oh, they'll crush you with a Caitlyn Karma, oh, they'll crush you with a Jace top lane. That's not how they play the game. Jump on towards On. Good damage from Shanks. Viper jumps forwards 2, though. No summoners blown. Viper, great return damage. The 2 items on the Ezreal make a big difference. Where's that Ezreal going? It's going up mid lane. Doesn't scout out anyone, nor does it clip anyone. I see some people complaining about Tarzan in chat, but what does Azcana do? You know, you've got the Encore, you've got the Gold card, you've got Jarvan CC. It's quite a long-range team from BLG, who's all pretty... You can play at Boomerang range from Nara at points, you can play at Ezreal and Gold card with Rapid Fire Cannon eventually from mid lane as well. No, BLG are very, very happy to say, well, we'll just disengage the Skarner when he comes in. Now, normally you'd say, well, you'd play around Jace poke, Caitlyn pushing lanes, but because the Jace and the Caitlyn aren't ahead, Clan Kiraman is not exactly doing much controlling of the city here, are they? Oh, just scout out that brush. I don't know, maybe if they turn off the ventilation systems like they did in Arcane, they'd have more success. I can't believe they've got away with that, by the way. Like, why did we just brush over that in Arcane Season 2? Like, what? Oh, God. Did we just gloss over what they just did? The Jace pick is really thriving in both LCK and LPL. It depends on the players, depends on the teams, but Jace has been really, really good for a lot of compositions, right? Because what we're picking the Jace for now isn't just winning top lane. It's more about having that artillery bot. So we're seeing stuff like Jace Zoe from some teams. OMG play a lot of that down in Group Nirvana, and while they're not, you know, a top team, hang on a second, does Tarzan jump forwards here? There's a flash on Ben, shouldn't really be in threat here. They might walk forwards, but I'm not sure about this one. I mean, catches a bit of CC. Well, they do have no outer turret. Okay, so BLG are just going to leave Bin to die here. Goes into mini. Does he have another hop? I think he's just... Well, he's very dead here. Where's TF going? They're going towards the Baron. So they're trying to say, okay, you can take bot lane as much as you want. Your Caitlyn's bot side. Your Aurora would have to teleport as well. Skarner's having to rush up. BLG are rushing the Baron. Where is the smite? The Jace doesn't have enough poke damage. This is going to be Bin for Baron. BLG will take that trade. Bin dies, but he knows it's for a good cause. Anyone's Legend don't have a bot lane turret to take. They've taken the outer one already. BLG are more than happy with this. Would Vayne over Jace have been better? Well, the Vayne was banned. The Vayne was banned, so they couldn't do much there. Bin bought enough time, and this is another thing about top lane play. This is something which I've talked about in regards to Vitality over in the LEC, and them trying to talk about how, you know, how Knock is really good and blah blah blah. Hang on a second, we've got to fight a dragon. That's way more. We'll talk about that later. Shin goes down to half HP. Anyone's Legend would love to get themselves onto soul points. Jarvan jumps towards and steals it. Shun with a solid smite key. Tarzan outsmoked. Gold card does land. The Encore does not. So AL try and rush the dragon, but they can't even get that. 2 Infernal Dragons to BLG now. Shun, his smite key has sometimes been criticized, but not there today. Gets it onto the dragon. Anyone's Legend. That's the death knell. I think maybe they could have played for a survival through to Infernal Soul, but not here now. I don't think they've been good enough at, in the early game getting certain champions ahead, but their playmaking with this draft is always going to be hard on. No Encore onto him. Flashes behind the Jarvan. Viper's getting good damage here. Getting Qs at Ws, and Easy still continuing to put out the shots. The ultimate not landing onto Tarzan, and the Protoplasm Harness saves his life. Knight does have the Rapid Fire Cannon. Does he get in range? No. AL can't even defend their inner turret here. Reminder that the Baron buff is still on. They're wearing that Hand of Baron buff. Bin pushing that bot lane. He doesn't have the Baron, but he doesn't need it because there's no one in his lane to wave clear. Mid lane inhibitor turret under siege. Always reminds me of Worms Forts under siege. That was a great game. You never played Worms Forts under siege? No better time than today. Okay, so someone in chat is trying to make the joke that I said outsmorged. But the problem is that the pronunciation is Smaug. Much in the same way that, I obviously, the pronunciation was different when you're reading it in books. You make it up in your head, right? But, it's Sauron, not Sauron. I know in America, it's often Sauron. Sauron. I know it's pronunciations of fake, fictitious names, but the thing is, Tolkien actually specified later because he's, Tolkien didn't really want to write a book about, fantasy. He wanted to write languages and history. Languages were his big thing, and then he just built a book as an excuse to do that. TF ult being used onto the sideline. Flandre. He wasn't going to die there anyway. The blue card locked in by Knight. Whatever. Flash away from Viper. AL trying to use this time where TF is not in the play. Kyle is just gunned down. Ezreal brings more caliber to the play. Viper 4-0. Solid gameplay. Jumps over the wall. Again, he's fearless, this Ezreal. Tarzan jumped onto, flashes away. The protoplasm saving his life once more. That regen helping. But what can AL do? They just don't have the playmaking opportunities. They lost in bot lane and top lane compared to what the matchups were picked for, and they've not had any inroads on the map. The Caitlyn Karma never really got control. They had a little bit, but didn't really push out the Ezreal. The Ezreal has had a very calm, clean game. Top lane, Flandra died 3 times, very close back to back. The Jace doesn't provide side lane pressure. AL are meant to have somewhat of a full court press, and then they're trying to avoid the TF ult. Kind of fell apart before the TF really came through. I mean, bot lane was where things fell apart for bot lane. Bot lane is where it fell apart for bot lane. It's typically where it falls apart, to be honest. Knight teleported down there and got those 2 kills early. There are 3 items for the Caitlyn. Just Hope is never going to be able to stand and fire to use them. I want to see the damage of 4 Infernal Drake TF gold card. Yep. That stuff's scary. There was a clip from last year of Breathe on Ambessa having a 4 Infernal Dragon Ambessa getting a 10,000 damage team fight. Put it on my TikTok somewhere, actually. Super. Oh, it was fun as heck. He just one-shot like 3 people. Shanks. Oh, Encore not hitting. Q does from Viper. Doesn't want to jump forwards again. Shanks will escape just using the Proto Belt and the W. TF ult up again in a few seconds. So they jump towards him. Chance of TF actually walking down there. He's Mega Gnar level 18. Tarzan can't do anything to that. Not enough peel for Caitlyn with the amount of big dive. I don't know if that's true. I mean, Caitlyn with a Skarner in front of her and then the Karma to shield should actually be enough. The problem is that they don't have control. If you have control over the lanes, it's different. Well, Shanks is going to get away from that by use of the ultimate, threatened by that gold card. Tarzan's coming up. Best he could do is, well, he can't even flash for an ult. Tarzan's just felt so impotent here. The draft hasn't allowed for anything once the lane's lost. If anyone's Legends had 1 top lane and bot lane, this composition looks a lot different to how it does now. But the problem I would say for anyone's Legend is they shouldn't be picking a draft that is predicated on winning lane. They are not a laning team. Can you explain why that Ezreal skin is so popular? I need to hear from the experts. Well, I always played Nottingham Ezreal because I was born and raised in Nottingham. So, yeah. So Sherwood Forest is like where I grew up pretty much. So I always picked that one. However, before the rework, I used to play Frosted Ezreal because Frosted Ezreal was really cool. And then the rework made it look worse. Striker Ezreal, I know a lot of people play it. I don't really know. That's so much cooldown reduction from Viper. You can see you can just basically insta-Q. If your mechanics are on point as the Ezreal, you do put out a crazy amount of Qs. In fact, one of the complaints for Ezreal players has been, once cooldown reduction was uncapped, it was much less about attack speed, much more about just Q spamming. There are ways you can get faster Qs, by the way. If you do like, if you Q click the ground, you can get, much like Riven cancels, there are ways you can get quicker Ezreal Qs out if you like Q click the ground, Q again. But yeah, I always used to like Frosted Ezreal because it's a really smooth skin. Same with Sherwood as well. Although I never really gotten used to the Ezreal rework whenever it came in. I was much better at the older Ezreal. Like the old Q animation was slightly shorter. The particle came out sooner on the old Ezreal, whereas it comes out a couple of frames later on the new one. So that just messed with my mind because Ezreal was one of my most played champions for a long time. Baron started again. Annual's Legend. Can they really do anything? Jumping onto bot lane. Gold card onto Flandre. He has the flash. I'm not sure that's going to matter that much. Flash is out and stun there. Next gold card comes through though, and he dies. Knight and Bin comboing up. Baron peeled away from. BLG baited Anyone's Legend over to the Baron. And then they said, well, we've got an Ezreal ult to deal with the other person on the other side of this. Viper jumps forwards in the 2v3, but Tarzan's already headed the other way, so it doesn't matter. Head back towards the Baron. Shun has GA. Very hard to take him off the table. Viper can just keep spamming Qs and has insane DPS. They're going to walk over again. Teleport coming in from Gnar into the mid lane. There's a teleport into the base, by the way, from Gnar. TF is going to be going slightly further down as well. Hope dies. Anyone's Legend, no matter about the team fight, they're losing that too. Gnar is just going to take the base. Knight ends up interrupting Skarner his way towards that. Shanks is trying to kill the Gnar, but he doesn't do damage. He doesn't do damage. Nexus turrets fall, triple kill to Viper. BLG It is somewhat textbook. Get ahead in the early game, play through your side lanes, win the game. BLG, a solid win over anyone's Legend, who have not kicked into gear. Anyone's Legend are not looking like their 2025 selves. They are looking very sad compared to their former version. No Tabe seems to have really hurt them on a strategic level. What happened to the Anyone's Legend of last year? The removal of lane swaps, the loss of Tabe as coach, I think it's really hurt them, chat. I think it's really hurt them. By the way, thank you so much for the follow. Wexco Os as well, really appreciate you. Sorry for not calling that earlier. I do try to do that as well. And TFC, I did call out a stream streak, but appreciate you as well. Bot lane didn't do enough. Top lane didn't do enough. Knight just ended up roaming around the map for gold cards, and Shun had an excellent game. In terms of player of the game, Shun? I think it's Shun, that double kill top lane, the engages he had. I think Shun had a very good game, probably on him. Viper was solid though. I think that every single member of BLG was solid. It was a team performance. I think that the draft was played well by them. I think they knew they could withstand those lanes from anyone's Legend. And it's so sad for Tarzan. Tarzan just couldn't do anything. No, what do you want the Tarzan to do there? The Skarner doesn't do anything in that draft. Very, very hard for him to play. And thank you everyone for following along. If you've been enjoying what you've been hearing, what you've been seeing, please think about dropping a like, a follow, a subscribe. It does make a difference. I consider myself a historian of the LPL now. I don't think anyone has cast any more more League of Legends than me in the last 3 years, and all of that for me has been on LPL, some on LEC as well, but the grand majority of that's come from LPL. Consider myself a a custodian of the LPL as it's come through to this era when we don't have that official broadcast. Because there is no official broadcast, I have taken it upon myself since 2024, when half the games weren't streamed in English, to stream them on this channel. Myself and my brother have done this, and now there's no official LPL broadcast. We consider ourselves, trying to carry the flame of that old LPL English. Makes a big difference to us. So if you're enjoying what you're seeing here, this is our job. If you have room for a like, a follow, subscribe, or dropping some money on the Ko-fi or on a Twitch Prime, a subscription, makes a huge difference to us. It does literally pay our rent, so if you can do that, it makes a big difference. Thank you to all of you in there. I'm gonna go put on ad break at some point. Yeah, wait for a minute, wait for the we carry the flame here. Yeah, songs abound. Let me do that thing. Thank you for running the polls in chat, by the way. Katari makes a big difference as well. Yeah, so anyone's Legend, I don't think you can play through laning phase. I don't think you can allow that. I listened to the Resident Evil podcast review, by the way. Monty's such a hater. The thing is, no, look, Monty raised good points about Resident Evil 9, and I accept his points. What I think about Resident Evil 9 is that you have to accept it for what it's going to be, warts and all, and you'll enjoy it much more. If you're there for something Resident Evil isn't, you're obviously not going to have a great time. And I think that, Monty was right to call out those points. I mean, Resident Evil 9 is not a flawless game. It has issues. I had some issues with it. But the parts of it which I enjoyed were the immersion and the audio visual stuff was fantastic. I loved a lot of the gameplay of it. I really did. As a horror enthusiast, I really enjoyed that. Yeah, so that was really cool. 2v2 from the 2v1, I suppose. The 1v2 from Shun was really good here. Ulted through the Skarner ult, and this Q here hitting both people is what wins him the fight, because he hits that Q onto both and he gets the damage to win it. Resident Evil 4 and GameCube still to go. The Resident Evil 4 remake was pretty good, by the way. Oh, Flandre just didn't have a good time. I just don't get why AL chose such flimsy lanes. This may well end up being a 4-game day, folks. Fun fact for Need for Power. Sure, the director of Resident Evil, the original one, went on because he decided he called that genre, survival horror, right? And Resident Evil was one of the original survival horrors. What was I going to say? He went on to make Dino Crisis, which he described as panic horror. So Dino Crisis was one of the other projects of Resident Evil's director, the first one. And what I found really interesting in Resident Evil 9, there's some bits in like the last couple of acts of the game, the motorbike section from Leon, but he literally drives up a skyscraper. That to me felt like Dino Crisis rather than Resident Evil. Fun fact for Xerath. Another arcade one. There is a canon Halo game which is not on console. It is on arcade cabinet. There is Fireteam. Oh, it's Fireteam. Oh god, what's it called again? Halo. Player of the game, Shun, very very good. Fireteam Raven. Yeah, Halo Fireteam Raven. Which is I'm trying to remember where it's around. Where was it set in? But I think it takes place on the same events as Halo Combat Evolved. I think it's around like I think it's basically around the same time where there's like some like Covenant UNSC fleet action. Did I enjoy Dino Crisis? Yeah, I mean it's a fun game. It's one of the classics, right? But yeah, Fireteam Raven is a canon Halo game, and it's on arcade cabinet. You can find it in some places. There used to be one down near London Bridge, near the London Eye. Near Tower Bridge, near the London Eye. Because London Bridge is different. But yeah, there used to be an arcade there. It shut down over COVID though, which is a real shame. It was all right. I think people have a big nostalgic lens on that one. But what Dino Crisis did is it sets up a lot of modern arcade tropes, right? It's the one which inspired a lot of others. Compliment for Duo. You're definitely amongst my favorite Americans. I know I do have a lot of. I have a lot of American friends, so I can't say straight up and out. But you're definitely one of my favorite Americans. You're a pleasure to be around, Duo. Roast for Xerath. No, oh, you wanted an unfun... Shit, sorry. No, I was just in flow of it. I was in flow. You wanted an unfun fact. Sure. There's evidence of bone cancer in dinosaurs, so they also suffered from cancer. So dinosaurs had cancer the same as we do, most likely. Obviously, it has cancer is a very broad term. But, yeah, there is evidence of bone cancer in dinosaurs, so it's likely that they suffer from all the same issues that we do with it, because there are so many different ways to for that to happen, because it's not just it's not a disease, it's more of a, it can happen from multiple conditions. Fun fact from Crapsin. Final Fantasy fun fact if you can, sure. Yeah, Final Fantasy VII was the first game, I believe, to have painted backgrounds with 3D characters on the front of it, which is why the backgrounds of Final Fantasy VII, they're static painted backgrounds. They're not like interactive backgrounds like that. But there's a reason why actually Final Fantasy VII actually aged very well in an art style level on the background levels, because they're actually just like static painted, which meant that they didn't have to like, put up a load of extra memory for backgrounds which are moving and more interactive. So Final Fantasy VII was one of the first games with like painted backgrounds like that, which is why Final Fantasy VII has aged so well visually. It's very, very cool. Right, I need to put an ad break on, so I'm going to do that now, folks. We'll keep yapping as we keep going through. Have I done everything? I think I've done all of the stuff in Twitch. By the way, if you have ideas for extra Twitch channel point stuff, I don't really know what else to do for it. Maybe we do bring back the fraud wall. Have you heard of the critically acclaimed... Oh, the MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV? I also played the OG Final Fantasy VII for the first time recently. It's a good game. Very different from the remake. Final Fantasy VII OG, well, and the remake. That whole set is very progressive, actually, considering... It's very progressive for its time. I think it's very bold with what it did there, and I'm glad that it stuck to its guns in a lot of that. Oh, this is like their studio tour thing.
赛段虹桥现场也是非常火爆，让我们看看是谁来啦 ！Hello， 加油！
Turn that down a little bit.
加油！加油！加油！加油！
Exactly, Solid. Like there's there's stuff like that. There's also like eco, you know, they're basically eco warriors, you know. That's the whole the Avalanche are eco warriors, you know. I played Kingdom Hearts for one level recently. The inability to you can save in Kingdom Hearts. You just do it at save points. You save at save points, Duo. And the reason for that is they're also heal and mana regen points. Kingdom Hearts 1 is a great game. I think it's a great game. I think, I know, and there are plenty of games which have save points. Alien Isolation has save points, and that's one of the best games ever made. It also it informs the level design. If you have to balance it around save points, it informs the level design.
最出名的，罗老师吧，罗云熙，我跟他经常打游戏。
最出名的，兵哥吧。
虎大将军吧。
虎大将军为什么选了小虎？
就虎大荣誉也挺多的呀，手势舞也，这个也在其中吧。胡子。
朋友圈最出名的。
Final Fantasy and climate narratives go hand in hand. For sure, there's a lot about the health of the planet, right? A lot of things there. There 16. Yeah, Final Fantasy 7 really went on that though, like really hard on that.
没有 ，Clear Love 啊，可能。
Clear Love 为什么选它？
I want to go to Worlds with no West Coast locations. You have like LA for every LCS thing is the big thing, right?
你要选最出名的。
Like you have to kind of like it's the same thing when like there's a big event in Germany for League. It's like you have LEC for that all the time. Oh yeah, have you seen everyone still chatting about the co-streaming stuff, by the way? And I still think a lot of people are just like completely... There are a couple of people I've seen talking about it now, but a lot of people just are missing, I think, a lot of the key points in the co-streaming quote-unquote debate. Is it really a debate? I'm actually not sure. How much do I want to clickbait you? I'm not going to clickbait you, but, you know. Yeah, I think a lot of people are missing the fact that, yeah, one of the rioters talked about it, and actually I think that they had a better take on it, because they agree on one of the most important points about co-stream. Because look, this is a co-stream, but the problem is there is no main broadcast. This is kind of irrelevant to LPL discourse. That's probably the way to do it. Yeah. The problem with co-streaming, in my eyes, at its core is, with the way that it's done, is co-streamers should not be cannibalizing the mainstream audience. What co-streamers should do is serve as a niche and a different product to people who wouldn't watch League of Legends normally. If you have non-overlapping fan bases, that's good. If you basically just have the same people that would watch the main broadcast go and watch a co-stream, that's bad, because you've actually ended up splitting your audience. The more you split your audience, the less ability you have to tell a concise message and a powerful message about players, teams, deliver sponsorship obligations, tell stories, deliver content. There is a reason why we don't do cold opens anymore within the grand majority of League shows, because no one is there for the start of the show. So what is the point of doing a cold open? They used to be some of the best parts of League of Legends about the LEC. We used to have these crazy cold opens. There was like a Star Wars one, and there were like there used to be all these crazy bits. We used to be done at the top of show because people were interested in watching the show for that. But because the audience is split, putting that any time during the show, it splits it out. And that's actually a problem. Hey, Salonius, good to see you. Now, if that is a co-stream which wouldn't have watched League anyway, so you get a big YouTuber with an audience which is not really about leagues, you get like a big like variety streamer or something like that to come in and watch for a weekend or something like that. That is just a net positive. My issue is when co-streamers are just providing a product which serves the same audience as the main broadcast, you're not growing the audience, you're splitting it instead. And that removes a lot of the power from sponsors, it removes a lot of the power from the content you put on show. And it means that the show itself becomes just a bit defunct, because as many others have said it just becomes like version 1.0 of the 1.1/1.2 of the co-streaming product which comes after. And that's a big problem. It's a big problem, because at that point, why do you have a main broadcast? I think one thing which has just gone... I think Cubby's raised this point too. Cubby has the opinion that the main broadcast on co-streams should never have been unmuted. Just have co-streams have to provide an alternate product without observers, casting, studio cameras. They have to do everything themselves, and then they have to figure it out beyond that. You know, I think that's a bit... I see the logic, and I think the cat's out of the bag now is the problem. I think you can't walk that back now. I think that people would just balk at that. I think that it would be... I don't think that would be well received at all. I think the logic of that makes sense. I think the overall problem is the casual kind of... The casual audience who are watching on the co-streams or whatever, they don't really respect the main broadcast anymore. Because the broadcast was the pinnacle of esports production around about... Well, 2019, I would say. That was when LEC had its rebrand, 2019, 2020. Well, COVID obviously hit in 2020, but 2019 was absurdly good for LEC. Had a ton of really cool tech, had a ton of funding, had some of the best talent in the world, who were given a lot of creative license. I think people like Froskurin and Ender, people really don't value how good they were at forcing their vision through onto that broadcast. They were really good, because it wasn't just, you know, Vedius is very good at that, but it was Vedius and Ender and Froskurin and Dracos. You had all of these key creatives. Anyway, we're getting ourselves into our draft now for Anyone's Legend versus BLG. And first game, I don't think Anyone's Legend really turned up to play. I think the problem was they picked a laning composition, and they are not a laning specialist team. I don't want to see them pick for lane. I want to see them pick for powerful mid-game plays from Tarzan and Kyle. I want to see them play for scaling on Shanks, agency for Shanks, who's a very good carry player. I want to see Flandra on a tank matchup where it can influence the team fights, not worry about that laning phase. Orianna Rumble band away. Looks like Anyone's Legend will have first pick. BLG chose red side, I think. Second game of the draft, of course, first pick becomes a little less powerful. Ashe Seraphine currently on the table. Renekton band away. That means Ambessa is more powerful. So now BLG maybe look for the Ambessa. Now, I think what BLG want to do is say, okay, we're not letting you have the Renekton, because that means we can pick the Ambessa in whatever matchup. And I think what they're saying is, at that point, it doesn't matter if you pick the Sion. Ambessa's fine into Sion, and Bane will just do better beyond that point. Bard's away. Ambessa is open. Ashe Seraphine is open. You don't have Ezreal Bard. You do have Yunara Lulu. You do have Corki Nami. Maybe you give them the Ashe Seraphine. Well, no, there is no Ashe. Sorry, I'm wrong. There's no Ashe Seraphine because the Seraphine was played game 1. My mistake. Pantheon available. Pantheon available. Now probably traded for Shinzao from Tarzan. Or Nocturne. Nocturne could also be a pick here. Nocturne's pretty good into the Pantheon 1v1. Probably the best champion 1v1 into Pantheon, actually. No, you can spell shield his stun and then just walk him down. Very nasty. Hey, Angie, great to see you. Saish, by the way, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. If anyone else does want to follow, it would make a big deal of difference to Sam and I, as this is our livelihood this stream. Makes a difference. Lucian, early lock. No. Hope's not a bad Lucian, but Lucian Milio on 1-2? Do you really need to lock the Milio there? Ambessa, easy lock for BLG. Not actually sure how Milio I'm not sure how Milio works with Ambessa ultimate. I think it does cleanse it because it's a suppress, but don't quote me on that. I'm actually not sure the top cap from Bin. Oh gosh. So Pantheon Ambessa, very, very good point and click, and he adds on to that. That top side is hell. Now you can cleanse out of one of those, you can't cleanse out of all of them, which is the problem there. And of course the Milio can't be everywhere at once. So you need to lock in your jungler, presumably. The Nocturne is good, we said that. You can spell shield through a lot. You can play around side lanes. Quite good at catching out the Annie, who does have phase rush thrown away, but can struggle to escape when she's pushed up too far, because she doesn't have an escape herself, really. So now BLG, I suppose they ban out stuff which lanes well against the Annie. I mean, you could ban away Sion too and just say, well, the Ambessa is going to be in a fighter matchup. If you ban away like Sion, Cassante, Flandra has to go into a fighter and feels kind of bad about that. So you could basically say, Bin, you don't get to play against the Ambessa. It's going to be really, really bad for you. Corki banned away from Vipers, no Corki Nami. There's still Yunara Lulu, which is powerful. What else do you have? That's the big one. There's a couple of... You could go some Nico lanes as well. It's not awful. It loses against them, but yeah. Rek'Sai top lane banned away. Okay, that's one of Flandra's better laning picks. Do you want to let them have the Sion? Maybe you do. How's Lucian going to play the game? So many point and clicks. Yeah, that's my worry. That's my worry. Milio can cleanse one of them, can't cleanse all of them. And even if you cleanse the Annie ult, the damage is still going to happen. Lulu banned away. Ban away the Scion now from Flandre to get rid of one of his other safe laners, or do you ban away something like Victor? Or, well, no, Victor's kind of ass into this team. Maybe not that. What else would be good in mid lane? LeBlanc, not great versus Annie. Could ban away Ahri, I suppose, from Shanks. Ahri's not bad here from into a squishy top side. Okay laning phase. Oh no, it's not great versus Annie. I don't think you ban away Shanks. I think you ban away the Scion. Ban away the Scion. Yeah. It's just a safer laning phase. It means there's more volatility in top lane. BLG want top lane to be as volatile as possible. AL want it to be as snoozer sleeper as possible. They don't want anything happening top lane because that will favor Bin. Bin is the better player in lane than Flandre by a mile. Vayne is not great into Ambassador, I don't think. They might pick it anyway. They're gonna pick it. I don't think Vayne's good versus Annie. I don't think Vayne's particularly good versus Pantheon Ambassador too. I mean, you can condemn the Pantheon out of W if you time it right, but it's quite hard because the wind-up animation is quite slow. It does scale with attack speed now, but it's still too slow to stop a flat Pantheon flash W. Ooh, did we get a Zyra Khan? That's actually pretty Kino here, no? That's pretty good. Zyra Khan's good. Yeah. I mean, the Lucian Melia will definitely punish you at points, but I mean, Nocturne hates playing into that. The Rakan would be kind of crazy. Wait, unless we get like the Annie support or something. Zyra Khan, Splash is matched up on the scoreboard. Anyone's legend. Last pick mid laner. I think that Zyra Khan's a really good pick here. Good draft there for draft decision from Daney and Viper and On. I don't think there's anything to worry about with that Lucian Milio. Galio's okay here. Galio's okay here. It's not fantastic though, because look, eventually Zyra is going to cause you hell. You dive onto the Zyra, pops ultimate, what do? The Galio is meant to help the Vayne. Have a global, get out of lane, see what you can do. The Vayne is going to be target number 1, but I think that the bot lane of the Zyra Khan, I think that's quite inspired here. I think that's really good against this comp from AL. I think that Flandre needs to get a huge lead, start winning through side lanes, play around the Nocturne Galio, and maybe that will be the difference maker. But I don't think that helps against the Zyra. The Zyra will eventually carry. Gonna go talk about the compositions, put on some adverts. You don't see them in game. If you don't want to see adverts, please subscribe. It also helps us out as well. We're a small creator community. Myself and my brother stream on here. A sub for us means more than a sub for many of the big streamers that you see. If you do have that in your back pocket, it makes a big difference to us. Everything makes a difference to us here because this is our livelihood, and we hope that you enjoy your stay watching LPL here. Right, let's get into game number 2. BLG will have to contend with the Nocturne Galio. It is pretty scary, but I really like the Zyra Khan. Thank you so much for the follow down, but like makes a big difference, as we're saying. Welcome in. Welcome. Onto the rift. Let's see. There's Gyos. Some loud chants there. One of the big things that we've noticed about this, Knight does go bot lane to try and force them backwards. That's important. You do want to make sure you get as much control on bot lane as you can. Tarzan walking over for an invade. I think Shun needs to get out here. Yeah, he can't stick around there. He knows that the Vayne's going topside. He needs to just leave, I think. He actually just needs to leave. He might go for an empowered Q on Vision there. Shun just has to leave. Yeah. It's a good invade from Tarzan. Trying to walk up again, forces the smite, does get one of the small raptors, but not enough to stop the level 2 from Tarzan. Empowered Q not going to be there for his next camp, so Tarzan's going to go raptors to raptors. This is a good win for them. Appreciate the sub there as well, Umbralight. Thank you so much. Thank you. It does make a big difference. Flandre, late to this, misses one melee minion, but he does get Tarzan ahead. I don't think that's enough to worry Flandre. Well, it does mean that Bin gets level 2 for free. That means he's going to get, what, W or E? I suppose it'd be the W. Just needs the 1 minion off of this, too. Gets the level 2 there, too. Now, most of the time, the Ambassador will go for the E second and might go for the W to tank up an auto. Shove in from the Lucian Milio, no surprise. Really, the thing about this lane is the scaling it has. We'll also be able to get some good poke trades. Now, the way that Elk and On used to play this lane... Oh, it's so sad talking about them in a past tense now. The thing about Elk and On was that they would play this as a poke duo, where what you'd do is you'd go forwards with the Rakan, try and get the W knockup, and then the Xayah would just QE. So you'd get Rakan, W on target if you were accurate with it. You'd QE onto the knockup target, get the Rakan QE back out, so you get the heal, and then you get Xayah AQ, W and Q from Rakan as well onto the target. And that's actually a significant amount of HP. That can be like a third of someone's HP once you get fed. And of course, you go any further than that, there's a chance of... ooh, nice trade there from Bin. He's gone for the electrocute. Yeah. Sometimes you do go for that. Quick, there's a... Oh, he's using the SKT Vayne. Don't see that skin much. Shout out Piglet Season 3. Great player of the Vayne back then. Obviously, you know, a lot of memes from I Will Dominate playing with him on Team Liquid in Season 4. Which, I mean, yeah, there's enough said about that. Jump forwards there, gets the knockup. See there for the feathers. No, Viper had to pull that back a little bit earlier. Sometimes as the Xayah, you have to just accept you're not getting the root. Just use the E early and get the chunk instead. Sometimes it's better to do that. The dash out to the side. Barrier was blown though, so Summoner won by On and Viper. Keeping up in CS fine. They did lose one player on tower. You somewhat expect that against the hyper pushing lane of Lucian Milio, which are again very good at controlling the early levels. Empowered recall from On. Tanks that CC there, protects the recall of Viper, blocks the Lucian W, and then the Milio Q. Bin going electrocute is already more than I expected from a pro ambassador in this matchup. Bin is actually... I think Bin's been doing a lot of research into these top lane matchups. Again, you can see that before first back, he's actually ended up keeping up even in CS. Now, Flandre wasn't there for the first wave, and I think that actually might have been a mistake from Flandre, but it's a thing which Flandre does a lot. Now, I noticed this a lot last year in Winter. It was one of the things which lost Anyone's Legend Winter Split versus Top Esports last year in 2025. And it meant that Top Esports went to first stand instead of them, who were a very, very good team. It was the lane swap meta. And what Flandre would do is that he would always roam for his team's value. Knight almost in range for the stun there. W for the damage reduction. Even in lane as Shanks. Doing pretty well there, actually. You don't always expect that to be even here. But Flandre would always roam for the team. And that would mean, even in lane-dominant matchups, he'd fall further behind in an individual level. He'd all in on say, look, the team will do good from this. And he didn't focus enough on his own lane. So we did this in Winter Finals. He did that on Aurora. And 369 just got ahead of him. And he couldn't play the game after that point. It was a big problem. Flandre's gone on to do that a lot, right? But in lane swap, it was fine, because you could play low economy anyway and force both the top lanes to be low economy, and you just see who would impact the map as much. Flandre is one of the best map impact top laners, best team fight top laners in the league. Potential. He doesn't get that, not the empowered Q, not the extra damage. Shen behind that. Behind two camps, not really enjoying himself on the farming level there. Wolves are still up from Tarzan, went, of course, onto enemy raptors to start. Bin is doing more than fine in the farm department. It was a massive mistake. You also did it versus Genji at MSI on Jax versus Gwen. Exactly. So sometimes Flandre will take a winning matchup and say, I'm actually not playing for the 1v1. I'm going to use this winning matchup to use it to get Tarzan ahead or play for the map. And you know, Anyone's Legend, a team which is very much about team play, but sometimes that's too much potential jump into top side. Shanks does have... No, he doesn't have a wall to put down, so that's my mistake there. Shanks does get hit by that Rakan Q. Oh, Flandre, you got to be careful there. If he walks up, gets in towards the ultimate. Flandre face checks the bush. Bit of Vayne spotting. First kill of the game. It's a BLG, and Shuni goes out of the bush. Flandre down in the matchup. Now we have Knight at level 6. Doesn't have the stun charged up right now. Flashes out of Galio's W as it comes through. Shun, can he get himself the movement speed from the Molten Shield to get a W on target? No. Does get it onto Tarzan. 3-man Q there. Will get the fear onto him. Knight does have the big stun. Gets it onto the Galio. Good chunk onto him. He probably wanted to do that anyway in laning phase, and Jess is going to be twinned up with his team. BLG will not get the Scuttle Crab for Shun, so Shun is still behind in the matchup quite significantly, may I add. Good route there onto Hope. Culling still on target despite that route. But Flandre is not in a good spot. Shun did get that kill. He gets that golden pocket. He's behind an XP. No, he's actually not. No, call me a lie. He's actually not behind an XP now. He's actually slightly ahead in gold. So good play from BLG's top side and On roaming over, of course, to make the difference. Of course, Kyle was on the run too, but can't do nearly as much as Rakan. On's Rakan, one of the best out there. Just, he knew he was in danger here, but this is what I'm saying. The Condemn doesn't stop a Flash Pantheon W. Vayne is still very, very vulnerable in the 1v2, and he's not even put the Ambassador behind. So Flandre, once again, picks a big lane matchup. Hope does survive. The heal comes through. Double summoners from Hope as well. Viper using the barrier in the trade. One trade for Viper and On. No, they're behind 5 CS. That's not enough for this lane. And as we were saying, eventually this Xayah account is going to outscale the Lucian Milio in this composition, because you're going to jump forwards with the Nocturne and the Galio. Galio's going to press ult. Xayah's going to ult. He's not going to get the knockup, and the Feather pullback is going to shred him. Now, Shanks is in for a very difficult game here. He's down 10 CS on Knight because of that trade in mid lane just before, with Knight, Shun, and On going up against Tarzan, Shanks, and Kyle. Tarzan yet to pull out his first ult of the game, not really been in position to do so. It's quite hard to go onto an Ambessa. He's got ult and flash. What are his options? So what are you going to do here? You have to find Annie out of position, really. Maybe Pantheon. You're not catching a Rakan. You're definitely not catching a Xayah. Not catching an Ambessa with flash. Annie without flash, normally you'd say you could, but even with the phase rush, a bit difficult there. Feels like, once again, Tarzan's not in the best draft for himself. Grubs are going to go over to them. Is that going to be all three? I think it is. BLG having Shun farm up instead. Puts a ward down. Can't get the steal with the Q. Maybe Milio can do some great work in teamfights, stop the CC chain in part, but it's so hard to... One, it's hard to consistently do that, and two, there's so much CC. I mean, you might just have the CC reapplied after you cleanse the first one. Roll forwards from Flandre. You need to be very careful about where you roll on the Vayne in this matchup. Now, you max your Q, it's lower cooldown, it's higher damage, it is good. But into the Ambessa, if you don't get a lead and keep it, she hits you with a single Q2, and it really hurts you. It really, really hurts you. Knight freezing the wave slightly here. Can do that with a Molten Shield coming up just now as well. Xayah soaking a wave in bot side. That'll make the CS lead again around about 10 now, actually. Not the worst thing ever for Hope and Kyle, but not enough to justify the lane. I think that the Xayah Rakan, very good in the draft. I've been happy with Daney's drafting today, knowing who he's playing against. Vayne can't play versus BLG comp. He'll play build QSS and Jack Show. I think this game will be over before the time QSS and Jack Show is going to be built up from something like a Vayne. And also, he probably won't go Jack Show. He'll go Hexplate first for the extra HP. Personally, I don't think that extra HP will save him anyway. He'll probably go towards the Jack Show Essence Reaver build, which I have mixed feelings about. I think in Pro it's quite consistent in the side lane. There are some games where you need to be higher DPS, and I think Keen at first stand made that mistake. I think that he went towards that build, and it was a problem in that game. Viper on, aggroing the dragon. We'll walk over instead. Shun walking over was allowed a little bit more time to farm by his bot lane here. They have matching skins, by the way. Xayah Rakan fans in chat, note that they are using matching skins. I hear you complaining all the time. They're matching skins. Tarzan could pop the ultimate here. Has the Hexplate. Hope also in position with the culling. Not bad damage there, but blocked out by the dragon. Shanks on the flank. They don't end up using the ultimate there from Tarzan. Struggled to make plays again. Got himself a CS lead, but that's it. It's a CS lead. It's not even that much, you know. Shun's still fine in XP, still more than fine in gold. On gets that Q on target. Kyle will dubstep ignite by On. Sure, why not? Sure. You can have that as a treat. That's the WQE combo that we've seen from the Xayah Rakan. We were talking about that earlier. Bin, again, more than fine in the matchup. Has the Eclipse now. 2 ults up in top side because Flandre ended up using his own summoners. Flandre has flash. Bin flashed forwards. It's denied by good Condemn. Well played. Shun does have himself flash. Empowered E might be able to flash for a W with the Condemn on cooldown. No. Flandre lives by using the exhaust. Does use the ultimate. Doesn't use the flash. He's still going to lose a wave to tower. Still going to be a plate over to Bin as well. It's a good survival by Flandre, but that's the bare minimum. You need more than that, really, as the Vayne. However, if he had died there, would have been horrible. Good survival. On doing a good job of applying himself around the map now too. 1,000 gold lead for BLG. It's not been an explosive gold lead for BLG. In today's games, they've not played for hyper lane dominance in top lane or bot lane or something like that. They don't tend to in bot lane anyway. I think what they've done very well is they've picked a composition they know that they can deny the enemy lane strengths. Because for BLG, if they pick winning lanes, they probably win through them. However, what we're learning against Anyone's Legend here is that if you pick heavy lanes against them, BLG will still tilt the matchup beyond where they're expected. You know, the top lane and bot lane specifically in this kind of matchup, Anyone's Legend, I don't think they're good enough in lane. I know I'm harping on about it a lot, I am. But I don't think Anyone's Legend are doing well enough in this top lane matchup in either game. I don't think bot lane has done well enough with, you know, Caitlyn Karma and Lucian Milio, hyper dominant bot lanes against, you know, Ezreal Seraphine is not bad in lane, but it's not as good as the Ashe Seraphine or an Ezreal Bard. And then in game 2, the Zyra Khan, it's not a massive laning duo anymore. It's definitely there about the scaling, and BLG have done well to tilt the matchup. One of the most impressive things about BLG, I think, has been their how they've been coached recently, been looking for the Eclipse trade. Does get the Eclipse shield and the Repudiate and the Electrocute. You can see that the Vayne doesn't like this anymore. He's backing off because he doesn't know whether Bin would pull that ultimate, wants to be closer towards his wave. In fact, he might do it on the next Electrocute cooldown. Next Electrocute cooldown might kill him, the Eclipse and the Electrocute. Now, BLG, one of the big things about this team is that they have a different coach. BLG in 23 was coached by Tabe, wasn't there in 24 and 25. That was Big Way, who had a lot of criticism to him. Big Way is now coaching Anyone's Legend, and he replaced Helper, who was on Genji last year, who also had a fair amount of criticism to him. Of course, Helper now on IG, who's doing very well, so perhaps it's the team environment. I don't think Helper or Big Way has found the success they want with Anyone's Legend yet. I don't think Big Way found the success he really wanted with BLG. I think they should have done better with the level of form that Bin, Knight, On were on during those times. Elkin, you know, Elkin Shin too, of course. I mean, the whole team, they're on good form throughout 24, particularly. 25 was a bit different, right? Because things fell apart when Shin left. Now with Daney, BLG win their first international title. They're the only team in the world who are still possible. It's still possible to create that golden road for. Maybe it was more about the coaching than, well, I mean, we all knew that the coaching was a factor in it, but just how big is it? It's very hard to tell from the outside of a team. Anyone's Legend, of course, them losing Tabe on the other side of it. They're on the downswing of that coaching now. JDG have supplanted them as a top 2 team in the LPL. If Bin goes Edge of Night, Flandre dies. So that is an important thing, by the way. Yes, that is genuinely an important thing. We can bring this topic up. If you're against a Vayne in top lane, build Edge of Night. Because it's only her E which breaks the spell shield. So her Condemn is just not there anymore. If you're an Ambassador, yes, you should probably go like Edge of Night 2nd or 3rd. And then you can't play the matchup as Vayne. There are some matchups, I think you should actually go Edge of Night 1st against this champion. Play around the Herald here. Who do they want to jump onto? Knight does have the phase rush, does get to proc it, and suddenly, well, that's a big investment. They do get the smite jumping in, and I think the fight might still be BLG's though. That's going to be the Galio flying into the fight. Shun is as well. Shields onto the Ambassador, doesn't save him. Shun not into the fight just yet. How much can Viper do? The route is not great from Viper. Split fight though, and AL can't protect the Galio. Perhaps it's the Vayne next on the menu. Dashes towards the Eye of the Herald. Hope picks it up. Does Vayne survive? Well, for now, do they dive? Is currently a 1 for 2 in favor of BLG. Trying to teleport out, and the sun will land anyway. Teleport failed, mission failed. We'll get him next time. Flandre not able to evac from the situation. BLG take 3 at the cost of 1 and the Herald. AL do get some plates on mid lane, but BLG, I think they're more than happy with this. Flandre is not happy at all. 0 and 2, only the 1 assist from the early game. BLG fighting better than AL across this series. AL, they've not looked like they put up much of a fight here. Herald wasn't picked up. Oh no, you're absolutely right. The Herald was not picked up. I thought it might have been shoved into mid lane, but it wasn't. The Herald wasn't picked up. The Hope went towards it and didn't get it. I thought he dashed over and picked it up. That's my bad. I looked away too soon and I assumed. Dragon alive. AL don't have the ward set around here now. BLG, he didn't use the Zyra on that last fight from memory, so Viper's still more than happy. Yeah, it's still up and available. There's no Nocturne Galio on the other side, though. AL have the longer cooldown ultimate. Annie with a Malignance, not that long a cooldown. Probably Execution, not a crazy long cooldown. Got a Hexplate Vayne with the final hour. That's nasty. Low cooldown for sure. They might jump on towards Knight here. Probably going to go down. Are not going to be there in time. Didn't have the flash, I believe, for a few more seconds. Good dive onto the side lane. That's important. Kyle forced the flash away, though. BLG caught on cooldown by that Paranoia. We did say it was a longer cooldown. He has the Hexplate too, though, at level 11. It wasn't level 11 the last time he used it, though. Cast it early. Jumped onto Annie. It was a good escape from him. Fought out a lot of important cooldowns. Of course, the thing about the Vayne ult as well is that your ult does wear off if you don't get kills. If you get kills, it adds an extra 7 seconds onto it, and by this point, it doesn't have it. It doesn't have the extra Q cooldown, the extra Q damage. Means that you can't really follow up for anything else. Did get the lethal tempo active, but can't really stick around when your Lucian and Billy are out of position. They split across that terrain. And then Hope didn't get it. It timed out. It timed out. That's what happened. It timed out. He was actually in position. It timed out. My bad. My bad there. I missed that one. It timed out. He did get into right position on popping the Ghost. Tank up with a Locket. Culling not that useful. Then needs to be a bit afraid of potential Tarzan jumping over. There's a flash. It's got Eclipse and Repudiate. I don't really think they want that teleporting in. The ult lands, the Electrocute, and the Eclipse come through. Flandra flashes for the Condemn. Maybe they'll just have to take the turret instead. Where is that going? It's going on to Shun. He doesn't have flash. This should be a kill. Good pick off from Anyone's Legend. 2 ults in a row. It's actually going to go onto Bin. It was held a little longer. Flash away. Ult from Knight. Flandra, walking around the corner. Flash forwards for the potential stun. Knight very nearly kills Flandra. Good play from Shanks, though. Saves his top laner's life. 2 kills in a row. Good from Anyone's Legend. Managed to pick off Knight and Shun. Shun in rotation. Viper, I'm not sure if he's in position to do damage. And actually now suddenly Hope has 3 kills. Megaforce, thanks to the follow. The initial play here, pretty good from Knight and Bim. I think maybe they could have just stuck around and killed the tower. But at the same time, what's happening in the jungle? Pantheon doesn't get a chance to ult. He gets caught out in rotation. A bit lazy from Shun there. You need to be careful with that. You know that your solo laners are busy. On wasn't really in position to help you out either. That he did use the ultimate, but can't save him. So mistake from Shun. I think realistically, that should have been a free kill. And he very nearly killing that. Not quite enough damage though. Doesn't have the electrocute, has the phase rush. Couldn't kill him. Baron spawning. BLG 2 Dragon advantage. Anyone's Legend actually have the gold advantage now. But they should have had that from the beginning, really. Getting quite worried about this Vayne is just not going to do that much. Viper, no, 2 items, very strong. Is behind a BF sword's worth of gold to onto Hope. That potentially is quite important. If Xayah is in the thick of the fight, though, I don't think Anyone's Legend win. Xayah is just so good in this draft. You want Shanks to go back to Team WE? He was there for a while. Shanks and Hope were the duo that stuck together from Team WE to Anyone's Legend. They spent many years. I mean, Shanks and Hope have been a carry duo together since 2023? Yeah, 22 is when Hope was on JDG. 23 is when things changed around. Red buff going to be taken by Shun and Viper. Shun has 3 kills. Did, of course, die in that last time. Might have been a shutdown, actually, that went over to Hope because of that. Shanks into the side lane, Flandra behind him, but he's going to be spotted, so they'll spot up the doubled up solo laners. They know it now, though. Dragon in less than a minute. AL want to push this out. Shanks has the Proto Belt going towards the Riftmaker. Hasn't gone towards something like a Zhonya's just yet. Shanks and Knight very even in terms of gold. Knight been playing very much utility in this series. On, caught out by that CC. Does he hit a Q on the return? I guess he must have cast it before because he didn't get it after. Powered recall from Shanks. Does he have Riftmaker? Presumably, if he goes for that recall right there. No, he's going to push that top lane instead. After that, he'll land it though. 29 seconds until Dragon is spawned. Does Hope go for the culling? I was wondering whether he would onto Viper. That was a decent angle. Maybe afraid of On or Knight coming around the corner. There is a flash for the Annie who has 2 items. Teleport coming through from the Ambassador. There goes the Nocturne. Okay, the stun is not awful onto Shin. Bin is alone. Flandre is on the side there. Can he get out? I don't think he can. On comes forward. That's really good CC. He's flying forward and trying to do the damage before he drops. Flash out from Shun. Shanks into the middle of it, but he's into the Xayah Feathers. Where's the pullback? Where's the pullback? Gets one. Gets almost a second onto Flandre, but Viper dies. Gets two before he goes down. Knight, another Q will get another fight for it. Hope and Flandre are alive, and it's a triple kill for Flandre. Perhaps we shouldn't have doubted. Anyone's Legend managed to kill off Bin, whose teleport is too close to the team. The Ambassador dying too quickly is the big difference. Hope walks out with an unfound KDA 404. BLG, the teleport, it's not followed up on well enough. They end up peeling back around the Ambassador. The culling keeps them at bay, and I think that Viper and everyone else going too far backwards meant that Bin was completely left out to dry. Had no flash to make it back to his team. It's not bad from On, but the damage just isn't there. It was a bad teleport from Bin. The rest of his team was zoned out. He went too deep. They collapsed on him, and the Ambassador couldn't combo up with everyone else. See that the feather pullback from Viper is good. Very, very nearly kills Flandre. Oh, he flashes the wrong way. He almost gets behind the Vayne. If he gets that feather pullback onto Flandre, he kills him. He misses the flash feather pull onto Flandre. Mistake from Viper. Almost. Very close. It's hard to get it from that angle. It's very hard to get it from that angle, but if he lands that, very different fight. Very, very different fight. Viper 3-1 and 3, almost at his third item, but Hope is ahead. Almost a full items of gold now. Flandre much better in that team fight. Bin, not the best teleport from him. 2,000 gold lead from Anyone's Legend. Dragon went over to Anyone's Legend as well. And now we have some important stuff. Jumping forwards. Hope gets some damage down. BLG, we're meant to be seeing them play around the point and click, playing around the Pantheon Ultimate. Maybe they can jump forward to mid lane, actually. Maybe that could be the plan. Pantheon Ultimate not been pulled in a little while. Where is it? Jumping forwards. I don't see it right now. Good damage onto Hope. Where is the Pantheon Ultimate? I think they should have just used that full sense it. Shanks caught out. Does have flash. I think they should have just sensed it with the Pantheon ult. I think that's a mistake. Hope had no flash. Ends up being a heal for a barrier trade. Nocturne ult down. Do they panic Baron? I think they're going to Baron here. They are. Walking forwards. They have Rakan who can AoE heal with the Q. Tibbers is down as part of that play. Shank's ultimate is back up. Bin is at the play. Where's the point and click? They don't have a flash on the Pantheon. I guess they're just saying, screw it, we're bored. Let's go for a 5v5. Lucian was on the bot side of the map taking red buff. Not great from BLG. I feel like they're getting a little bit flustered now. What is Bin's build? Oh, he's gone Profane's Hydra second. Wow, yeah, he's going for the Electrocute AoE build. Makes him much less survivable, though. Bin, Profane Hydra second on the Ambassador. You're right. I saw the pickaxe earlier. I was like, oh, let's go Shojin. Not to be here. Profane's Hydra second. It means your one shot is really good onto 80 carries, but you're into an exhaust. Not sure I love that. Still fine in the matchup versus the Vayne. In fact, he's level 16, so he has the extra armor pen and the extra healing now. So Bin, if he gets a clean fight, he's going to do some crazy work. Viper's still not at third item. Hope's going towards the Serpent's Fang next, I think, to deal with the shields from Rakan, Annie, and Bessa. The Locket as well. Not bad damage onto Shanks, but the Q landed onto Vipers. Trades back okay. Jumping on towards Annie, who doesn't have the flash, and the bot lane had already backed off. Not bad body blocking, but the bot lane had backed off and left Annie out to dry. Knight too far up, killed that. Jumping forwards. Where's Viper's damage? Bin misses his ultimate! He had flash for that. No, he gets over anyway. Gets the flash. The Profane Hydra helping a lot, but Flandre gets into melee range. I think that missed ultimate might be the end of it. Had to flash over. Viper caught. There's going to be another set of kills to Flandre. Anyone's Legend, a very quick pounce. We said Anyone's Legend, their early game's not good enough, but they're good when they get to mid and late game. They are here and now again when they get that go button. Tarzan on the Nocturne, doing great amount of work with Shanks following up on the engage. That's going to be Baron from Anyone's Legend, and I think BLG are losing this game now. Losing against that Baron buff. You notice how, Viper and On, they go for this point and then they back off right here. On ends up not going back towards Viper. If On had gone going towards Knight rather. If On goes towards Knight, he just immediately ults him, slows down the Nocturne, probably gives the escape towards the Annie. On and Viper, I think, leaving Knight out to dry. And then Bin here, he doesn't dash forwards and he misses the ult. He has to use the flash there instead. Gets the shutdown, but Bin, a huge mistake on the Ambassador. It's a great cleanup from AL. Great pounce, noticing the mistake. Very few teams in the world would pounce that quickly, knowing that the Rakan had passed away from the Annie. They do it very quickly, that. Dragon now up in less than a minute. BLG have to deal with the Baron buff for 2.5 minutes. Third item still not in for Viper. That's crucial. Death Stance from Bin is being built up. Flandre is 1,000 gold ahead now, and this is where it gets scary. Now he has the QSS. Now he can get out of that CC himself. They jump from the side lane. I mean, Knight has flash. I don't think they know he's in the bush here. Oh, and they spot him there now. I think they had to go quicker. They had to go far. Goes very far forwards. Hope gets the Millie Ultra. Jumping forwards is Tarzan. Maybe that's a mistake. He's gone very deep and he dies for free. Bin's next to a wall. He doesn't have a flash. The Condemn will come through. It's another bad TP from Bin, who dies very quickly. Flandre gets one back. Mistaken teleport again from Bin. Is anyone's legend punished very, very quickly? Viper puts the ultimate out. He's very low HP. The Q might kill. It's very close. On goes down. Anyone's legend pouncing 6,000 gold in the advantage. Still with 1.5 minutes left up on the Baron buff. Very good mid game to late game from them now, as BLG struggling to land the aggressive plays. You know, the engaged core from BLG not on the same page. Hope he's on a flash. Hope, what are you doing? It's a double kill. Oh, no, 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 no. Flandre also doesn't end up getting healed for by Shanks. Shanks doesn't get himself the stun. Shanks walks away from Shun. Shun has just completely won this game. It could be a quadra to the Pantheon. They give it over to the Xayah instead. Shanks did not get the taunt onto Shun, allowing Flandre to die. He walked too close to the bot lane and walked away from Shun. It's heartbreak. It's heartbreak. The Baron's gone. They don't get the dragon. It's heartbreak. What have they just done? I think I just saw Shanks channel up the taunt and walk away from the Pantheon, meaning that Flandre died to him. Flash away by Tarzan. Did have that spell shield, was afraid of the engage anyway. We're going to have to go back to a replay. So many micro interactions happened. You know, initially, Knight jumped forwards, forcing out Hope backwards. Tarzan jumped into the abyss. A huge mistake from Tarzan. And then, well, we'll watch it again. So, initially, they find out Knight in the bush. That's a good play. And then Knight flashes forward, stops the culling, gets the full damage onto him, gets away, forces the Galley ult too. Tarzan goes way too deep. He would have gone 1-for-1 anyway, at best case scenario. It's a bad TP from Bin. Again, he's not had a good game on the team fights on Ambessa. So we think, okay, well, you know, Flandre's rolling, low HP on Annie, so this is fight over. AL might just win the game here, in fact. And we're back into live. We're not going to see the whole of that fight. In the back end of that fight, you know, Hope goes too far in the turret. Shanks messes up his taunt, which doesn't protect Flandre. And now suddenly, the AL don't have a crushing lead. It's a sole point for BLG to get themselves a Mountain Dragon. They're still in the lead, but they don't crush through the map in the way that they wanted to. Yeah, it is worth noting that Knight didn't do any damage through the Kyle heals and shields. He did get stop the culling. He has this, and he has funded him to a Shadow Flame now. Ben gets himself a wave in bot lane. Turret taken by Flandre on top side. Close towards his real late game value. Lord Dominates regards third. Means that he's looking less for Silver Bolt's value and more for like his tumble value. You don't think Knight's had a good Annie game? He's definitely been punished quite a lot when he doesn't have flash. I think, like I said in that mid lane, I think that was On's pathing, which actually screwed him over a little bit. But obviously he was pushed out very far, which put him at risk there. Knight very much likes to play on the knife's edge. But yeah, he's definitely been held to account well by anyone's legend. Jumping towards Tarzan, maybe he puts the ultimate defensively. Level 16 jumps in anyway, and they have the Galley. They decide they want to go. Shun has the E up. Flandre on the flank. Does he get the Condemn into the wall? No. Is he going to get stunned into it by the feathers? Viper not pulling it back just yet. Shanks is going very, very low. Flashing away, though. Flandre goes invisible. He's still there. The GA from Shun is going to keep him alive as Flandre dies. The cost of a Vayne is a 3,000 gold item. GA used. I thought it was another good snap engage from Tarzan. But Viper manages to disengage with the ult. Flandre very well reacted to by Viper with the ult. Snap reactions from Viper to stop the Condemn against the wall. BLG turn the switch around that bot lane tower. Things go wrong. He uses the Q for the movement speed, puts a ward down. escapes the initial, but chooses to go back in. Jumps onto Viper. Maybe thinking that they'd get there quicker. Flandre was on a good angle, but great ult from Viper. The ult from Viper maybe saves the game. Shanks is then just caught in the middle of the play. What can he do? Has no... But he does have the flash, but... Flandre walks over... Oh, God. He walks over the feathers. QSS is late. Gets hit by the knock-up and dies. He didn't have the flash. He didn't have to be there. Shanks was flashing out anyway. Flandre, that is a poor play from him. After, you know, a good set of team fights. His laning wasn't good, but his team fights were. Baron's alive in 10. Dragon's alive in 2 minutes. Of course, AL can still very much fight from this position. Viper has flash up again. No ult for the next, what, 20 seconds or so. 4 items now. Still 2.3k behind, but the Xayah is more useful than Lucian in this kind of draft. Shun ahead a lot of gold, but the J is on cooldown, so some of that is gone. Knight has that Shadow Flame as he highlighted, so he actually does have damage now. We'll see if it gets through onto the carries. Quite hard to gun down a Vayne with that build alone as the Annie, especially through the exhaust. Ben gets himself some gold and gets himself back to even. Death stands there, teleporting back to base. He was afraid of a big play coming onto him. He'll go back to base as nothing does come of it. Does he get himself another item? He looks like he's going towards a GA, actually. Goes back to base and tops up. Doesn't end up completing an item. Almost the 4 items on that top laner, though. Electrocute, Profane, Hydra, and Ambessa. That will one-shot at some point in the game. If there's no If there's Ambilio? If there's no Milio shielding, it's very very problematic. There's a Medjay on Knight, by the way. Yeah, of course there's a Medjay. I mean, the mid-fight value is kind of huge. I mean, but you should get that early. Again, get your Medjays early, not later. Sure, Knight. Why not? Why don't you do that? On the other side, Zhonya's for Shanks. Big for him. No GA for Tarzan. That's the gold he's missing compared to Shun. Kyle does have a crazy Enchanter core. Dragon up in 10 seconds. Anyone's Legend. They're pushing mid lane. I don't think you take an inner turret for a Dragon Soul. That's not it. Shun, empowered ability available. Culling blocked out by everything. Flandre goes dark. They jump onto the Ambessa, but I don't think they catch him. So that's a lot of ults used for not very much. Flandre's final hour is down. Shanks doesn't have the flash to follow up. They have the feathers stacked up by Viper. Xayah very good at securing objectives. It looks like it's going to be a smite fight for the soul. It's goes to the Xayah because all of those feathers, about 10 of them stacked up. It is more than a smite. You can't smite that. Well coordinated mountain soul for BLG. That is a killer. Anyone's Legend objectives like that, they have often gone for the retake value, and it has punished them here. It's punished them in a number of series. Anyone's Legend, even last year, we called them out for this, saying, guys, you need to stand on the objective, not try and retake. Oh, jumps over the wall, give damage onto Shun, but not enough to really justify that play over. Barrier used by Spellbook on there, I think. I think that was the play. Jumping forwards. Shun doesn't have the GA. That's potentially very dangerous. And flashes to break the fear tether. No follow-up available. Walking towards the inner turret. Baron is still available. Anyone's Legend trying to find an extended run around. They do have the Vayne ultimate back up again. Tarzan's ultimate also up again. Hope looking for the poke from the Milio. It's against the Mountain Salt. Hard to poke against that. Shun could go for another camp takeaway. He could also ult into the play if he needs. No flash on the Pantheon. Hurts him. If Vayne and Lucian get a clean enough fight, it's still winnable, but you need to make sure that the Ambassador doesn't have a clean fight. The Barons are going down. The ultimates are back up from Anyone's Legend. They have those Hex Plates. That helps them a lot with that. Powered Q from Shun used. Things going below half HP. On going in. He's going to go very, very low, though. And the Rakan engages down. Rakan, that engages down. Flandre goes very far, though, and has to flash away. Tarzan, he's now stuck in the pit. Does he have a flash? He does, but I think he might die. Galleon is stuck in instead. Viper pulls the ultimate. Can Tarzan get into the pit? He can't. They've leashed it. BLG can just walk over and smite the damn thing. Flash forward from Annie, and he gets the kill. Milio goes down as double kill goes over to Knight. He's had a quiet game, but roars into life at the final chapter. Anyone's Legend will be just someone's footnote in this one. BLG will win a crazy, scrappy game too, as Anyone's Legend did turn up to play in the mid game, but they can't get it done around the objectives. The bot lane turret disaster will be the highlight from them of this game. Tarzan, then Hope and Shanks all messing up on that bot lane push. BLG will win a 2-0 series, going I think 2-1 in their series across their last 4 days. It's been a rough schedule for BLG. 3 series in 4 days. Perhaps that plays into the scrappiness of these games. They will walk away 5-1 at the top of the table, alongside Top Esports. They'll be behind them on game score, so they are second in the LPL right now. +6, 5-1. Top Esports ahead of them, 5-1, +8 in game score, and losing the 2 games, BLG losing 4. Behind them, there's a very contested pack. Invictus Gaming, Ninjas of Pajamas, Anyone's Legend, all around there. JDG only at 2 and 3 right now. They've got a lot to catch up. Anyone's Legend, definitely not on form. Thank you everyone for watching today. It does make a big difference when you stick around. We've had great numbers today on the stream. I hope you've been enjoying my coverage of the LPL. I have cast over 2,000 LPL games. I believe I'm the most experienced LPL caster in the world, and I consider myself a custodian and historian of the region to some degree now. There are many of us out there, but given that the LPL broadcast has died, there is no official LPL broadcast anymore, I would like to offer my experience and some entertainment along the way to cover these games, covering the stories of Anyone's Legend, BLG, the coaches, the players, the teams. And if you do have any bandwidth to drop a like, a follow, subscribe, donate towards the Ko-fi, it makes a big difference to me. This is my job now. I am a professional caster, and this stream is now my main income as well, alongside my brother. You'll be supporting 2 creatives, pay their rent, pay their groceries. It makes a big difference. Thank you so much for sticking around. There's a bunch of people watching today. It makes a big difference for you to turn up. It's been a great series here to track the trajectory of these teams, if not the highest level from Anyone's Legend. It's still important to put this chapter in there as well. Thank you so much for the Fat Rich, makes a big difference. And yeah, of course, this is our last games for the week. Tomorrow I might do some VOD reviews and maybe some variety. We'll see. Games will return back on Wednesday. We have Weibo versus WE and NIP versus AL. And NIP are genuinely one of the best teams within the LPL right now. So NIP, I think, actually come in as favorites versus Anyone's Legend there. That should be a great series to watch. So stick around on Wednesday for that. In terms of other highlights from the LPL coming up throughout the week, NIP BLG should be a solid one. I see JDG IG, that's always a banger. IG tends to be a bit of a blue shell team for JDG, and I think IG might just be better than JDG right now. We'll see what happens in the mid lane. But IG are definitely a team to contend with. Hey Sam, how's it going?
Going well, how was it?
Anyone's Legend, struggling still. First game, they played for early lane dominance with something like a Jace top lane and Caitlyn Karma bot lane. Didn't get enough leads, lost. Second game, actually did manage to get some crazy mid-game fights despite losing on Vayne top in early lane. And then they completely threw it on the bot lane turret. Tarzan was trying to play for this like very fast go button on the Nocturne, and he went in alone onto Annie, died under turret. Then after that, Bin had some bad teleports. Worth noting, Bin didn't have the best best again today. Like, he teleported in bad spots like twice. But whatever, bad teleports. It happens. But yeah, in that bot lane fight, he teleported in and he died. So, okay, so it's a 4v4, and he's got no HP. Surely you just win because you're ahead. Then Hope goes under turret into a feather pullback. Pantheon kills both of them. No. And then Flandra still got his ult rolling. He's doing really well. And then Shanks walks forwards, and the Pantheon just walks past him, so the taunt misses. So Vayne dies because Shanks just walks out of taunt range of the Pantheon instead of walking towards him. And then, so it's basically like a triple kill to the Pantheon, 1 to the Xayah, and it's just kind of game over.
There was a fantastic screenshot I saw. I think Alk Battery had it. Screenshot. This was over in the LPL English, but they basically said, "Why are we drafting Knight Annie? It's like giving Verstappen a Toyota Prius." But the thing is, obviously, he's a phenomenal Annie player, but it did amuse me that obviously having your mechanically most gifted player on Annie sometimes feels a little bit like like losing some of the power. But when you're kind of making those kind of outplays on the turret, that's kind of ridiculous, and that's the hell of a goal graph to see that on.
Yeah, for sure. And BLG, they walk away being tied top of the table with Top Esports now. Definitely a team which are still on good form after first stand. BLG played 3 games in 4 days. I think there is a lot to be praised from them. But yeah, I think that there is definitely some flaws in the gameplay now. I think some of their mid-game fights have looked not great. I think that now that some of their early game jungle pathing has been cracked as well, they're not always getting ahead in the early game in the same way. I think Shun did have a good series today, but it's not as one-sided as it was before. I think that when we get to playoffs, we'll see whether you can get back to that level again.
Yeah, there's just a lot of games in a very short amount of time. That doesn't always help when you're doing prep stuff. But, and that BLG are a very good team, and that helps. But it's been quite the gauntlet to be running. Make no mistake about it.
That it is. So that's going to be the end of our stream today.
Guys,
yes,
we're 8 followers away from 10,800.
So there's like 166, but it's a lovely round number. It's such a lovely round number. You know, you guys can help round it out.
Oh yeah, 10,800. Oh yeah, Ben missed that out as well. Yeah. Yes, no, if there's anyone out there that's not hit the follow button yet, it does make a big difference to us. It does make a big difference to us, and we hope that, yeah, we hope that you've enjoyed today's LPL coverage. Like I said, no games tomorrow. I'll be doing some VOD review on, the Twitch channel.
Prime subscriptions.
Prime subscriptions down a lot too. This is the play which they threw, right? So Tarzan goes in alone.
Oh boy. That shield was huge, actually.
Well, I mean, it was Rakan heal and Locket and the E-shield, so it's like, you know you're flying into it. But Bin missed teleports, he dies. This is the play which goes wrong. Hope jumps into melee range and dies.
Oh dear.
And then watch this from Shanks just after. He walks away from Pantheon and Flandra dies because of it. Because I actually think Flandra kills Shin there, and he might be able to kill Viper after.
Yeah.
Maybe Knight kills him, I'm not sure. But I think you at least get away with like +2 from what happened there. Yeah.
Oh, I feel like Lucian and Vayne are two of like the most Vayne spotty champions of all time. Like I know Vayne has Vayne spotting, but I feel like Lucian has a very similar Lee syndrome. What's the Lucian name for his kind of
the double lift? Yeah, I mean that's legit. No, you joke it, but it's legitimately if you say the double lift, people think of the Lucian play, right?
That could like into Crown's Victor. Yeah,
people think about that.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
However, you know, in terms of other champions, I mean, I think Ezreal's had the most. The Wild Turtle, right? Ezreal's had the most of them over time.
Yeah.
I think Ezreal, and then Tristana's there too. Tristana's there too.
Yeah. The worst one was with Team Liquid's old lady carry, Tactical, when he went for the tried to go for the insec in bot lane and threw it.
Right, Sam, you gonna stream or anything? Or are you...
I think not on a Sunday.
Okay, no worries. Cool. Right, in that case, I'm gonna find someone to radio over to. If you're on YouTube, the show will end here. We'll see you on Wednesday. If you're on Twitch, I'm gonna be live tomorrow doing something. We'll figure it out. Do some VOD review, do some variety. We shall see. Cody's son was also like that too, but Tactical was like the Tristana Malphite, so that was the more famous one. If you're on YouTube, thanks for watching. If you're on Twitch, we'll radio.